additional units. Energy experts, however, said the support remained necessary to ensure that the country is powered as the sector struggles to get out of the woods several years after privatization. Privatized about 7 years ago, the power sector has not been able to stand on its own given historical challenges and deficit of critical infrastructure. The allocation to the Ministry of Power stood at 135 billion naira in 2020 and 198.27 billion naira in the 2021 budget. The management of Dangote Oil Refinery has said that it is preparing young Nigerian graduates to take over the management of the 65,000 barrel per day single train refinery when it becomes operational in 2022. Already, the company has trained several Nigerian engineers in some of the world's biggest refineries in India and other parts of the world to gain hands-on experience on how to manage a refinery of this magnitude. The president of the Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, who made this disclosure, affirmed that the country is blessed with great talents that are capable of running a refinery of its size. According to him, the outbreak of coronavirus in 2020, which forced many expatriates out of the construction site, gave the company an opportunity to identify great talents that exist within the country. Stakeholders have urged the federal government and others to invest more in the liquefied natural gas (LNG) as it becomes obvious that other nations have left the nation behind with its 22 million tons yearly capacity. Available data showed that Australia, Qatar and Malaysia are currently the world's top 3 exporters with 75.5 million tons, 77 million tons and 24 million tons respectively. These are followed by Nigeria, Indonesia and Algeria with 22, 16.6 and 11.5 million tons respectively. The nations are further followed by Russia, Trinidad and Tobago, Oman and Papua New Guinea with 10.8, 10, 8.1 and 7.1 million tons respectively. However, the managing director, Nigeria LNG Limited, Tony Atta, said Nigeria LNG, which is the biggest LNG plant in Africa, produces 22 million tons, despite the nation's 200 TFC. Stakeholders in the Nigerian technology ecosystem have preferred 6 policies that will put an end to the impasse between the Central Bank of Nigeria and the cryptocurrency market. In a communique, the stakeholders under the aegis of Young Nigerian Industry Leaders said while the position of the CBN had some merit, the prohibition placed on the cryptocurrency market could deny Nigeria an opportunity to become a global leader in financial services. The 6 policy directions suggested include formalized KYC, AML and CFT processes for cryptocurrency providers, monitor transactions on cryptocurrency providers, ensure entities dealing with cryptocurrencies can be known and licensed accordingly, regulate cryptocurrencies as digital commodities, and implement a capital gain tax, suspend the CBN's latest cryptocurrency exchange restriction for 6 months, among other policies. On the foreign scene, Bank of Ireland has said that no location will be left without access to financial services or cash facilities after its decision to close 103 branches in the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. The bank said the branches that are closing are predominantly self-service locations that do not offer a counter service. The branches are due to close from the end of September. As a result of the closures, the bank's branch network in the Republic of Ireland will be reduced by 88, leaving 169, while 15 Northern Ireland branches are closed, leaving 13. The majority of ATMs will not be retained where a branch closes. But Bank of Ireland said there are a few locations where there is no alternative ATM available locally, and it will maintain an ATM in those areas. And that was the business news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap and running water. Avoid touching your face in high contact surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Once again, good afternoon. I am Wealth Wilson and thank you for listening. Do stay tuned. Andre Goji comes up next with Annie.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello. I'm actually looking for a place where I can do very good jingles. And
Call this number.
what about a place where, like a comfortable place where I can record and produce my programs?
Call this number.
Sorry, this one is actually very important to me. I'm also looking for a good radio station where I can place my adverts. This one is actually very important to me.
This number.
This number.
Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. The voice.
0818 389 2850. 0818 389 2850.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gargi, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gargi on Today 95.1 FM. Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gargi, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gargi on Today 95.1 FM.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
Solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you're
Yes,
you're
yes, slave. Let's not get to that now. So the Nigerian Rap is philosophical.
You spot the difference now?
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gargi, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gargi on Today 95.1 FM.
You're listening to Today 95.1 FM. It's time for Andrew Gachi. You're listening to it here on your favorite radio station, Today 95.1 FM. And for Andrew Gachi today, starting off, of course, with the news concerning education. And from pretty much everywhere you look, it's education and security that is on the topmost agenda. I'm not surprised because in the recent past, we've had a lot of issues of kidnapping of students and schools being shut down because of insecurity. This is just a great pointer as to the line of conversations you might find on so many headlines around and so many newspapers around. So let's get started, right? We have very first here, the future of education. And I think it's important that you understand that part of what this program is geared towards is understanding the future of education in Nigeria and why it needs to be planned. It shouldn't be something that just happened to us. It must be a planned process. This is the end result that we seek, and therefore this is what we're going to implement in that process. So the future of education. How do we prepare students for today's society? This is particularly relevant in our current situation when most students have been forced into distance learning due to the outbreak of COVID-19. Nobody is able to predict with any real certainty what this future will look like. But we must have the foresight to understand that what skills and qualifications our students will need to enter a competitive workforce. Normally, when we consider the next step for students leaving school, we think of university, as a large number of them will end up going to these higher education institutes, gain a degree, and then go into a related profession. Other students will either take some technical or vocational qualifications or even enter the workforce directly. The problem with these assumptions is that school graduates are making different choices to their parents in terms of career, as many of their possible career paths did not exist when their parents entered the workforce. However, these assumptions may be wrong, and instead, we should be preparing our students to be lifelong learners rather than seeing education as a process simply to get through and obtain a final qualification. Traditionally, schools and universities use a hierarchical domain where teachers or professors pass on their knowledge in classes or lectures. The newer online nature of learning, either individually or in groups, is defined as distributed learning. The obvious shift is from the hierarchical approach of schools and universities to the distributed approach, as almost all human knowledge is becoming available online through the internet. And this is being accessed by massive open line courses, MOOCs, and the awarding of micro-credentials. These MOOCs are affordable and allows learning on personal interests and or any work-specific area that is needed for your profession. So let's quickly just talk a bit on this here. You know, I think I for one, will say I've benefited from these MOOCs. I was interested in interior designing, and I just thought to myself, you know, I really wanted to learn the intrics about it, and I saw this really short course then. It was just for 2 weeks really. And I took it and I thought, well, what harm could this be? 2 weeks, and the first 2 weeks were supposed to be free. And so they just touched on basics, I guess, to whet our appetite. And for the few of us who were interested and wanted something else, there was another month class, and it was online. Flexible. You could determine the times, you could access the modules that they put out. And after a month, they gave you some funny certificate. It is a certificate, but they did give us, I don't know. I mean, I can show it to someone now and say, I have some basics in interior designing. But what that helped me is I understand the mix match to colors, to how certain things are supposed to fit a theme. I know all of that now, and I didn't have to go to school for that. And this is why I see how we must understand the kind of learning patterns that are available now and what the future of education really is for us as a people and us as for a nation, and what we encourage the people thereof to tap into. What are we directing our children to hook onto? What are we thinking is the answer for tomorrow's problems, and therefore empowering them along that line? You see, you can, like now, broadcaster. But I would think that if something came along and it had to do with a little bit of interior decor, I would be able to stand out there, you know, say a word or two that'll make me sound professional. But you see, it's also with the several other courses that I have come to realize I can do online, and I have also engaged in that. Now, I think that's why I'm saying I'm standing as a testament to how impressive MOOCs are, and hoping that this is also the direction most parents will start, you know, allowing this the their wards or kids to go through, and that as a government too, this is also something that we're embracing and channeling forward. And like I did mention earlier, most of the things that you see in the news that has to do with education has to do with the kidnapping or schools that are being short. So we have 279 kidnapped Jangebe schoolgirls freed, over 200 girls kidnapped from their school in Jangebe, Zamfara State last week, have been freed by their abductors. Zamfara State Governor Bello Matawali said 279 schoolgirls were released after scaling several hurdles. And I'm quoting now, Alhamdulillah, it gladdens my heart to announce the release of the abducted students of GGSS Jangebe from captivity. End of quote. Matawali said this in a post on Twitter on Tuesday morning. This follows the scaling of several hurdles laid against our efforts. I enjoin all well-meaning Nigerians to rejoice with us as our daughters are now safe. End of quote. State officials initially said 317 girls were kidnapped, but the governor said on Tuesday the actual number was 279. They have just arrived in Government House and are in good health, Matawali said. Pictures shared by the governor on his Twitter handle show several white buses, one of which has Local Government Service Commission written on it, with the girls inside. Government officials had been in talks with kidnappers known as locally as bandits. A source said repentant bandits had been contacted to reach out to their former comrades as part of efforts to free the students. Well, they did say they didn't pay anything. That's what Matawali says. He says nothing was paid for the release of these girls, and it was only done through the efforts of repentant bandits. I guess repentant bandits have some use after all. But I think what is rather frightening for me from this story is the conflicting numbers. First of all, you have 279 released, and then initially we were told 317 girls. So does that mean that part-time we have no knowledge of the number of students that are in the school facility? We can't tell for sure. We've got 300 girls now in our boarding facility, or we've got 250 girls, and that when such a thing happens, we can't account for 250, we can't account for 200. Why do we have disparaging figures? I'm frightened as to how easy it is for them not to be able to keep count of who is within their facility at a given time. I remember why this is worrisome, and that's because of Chibok girls. With Chibok girls too, there was also the issue of how many girls were actually taken. We have these numbers. We have to go in through it. Okay, they were here studying for their SSCs. Let's see who registered. And we went through that to ascertain perhaps who was in the boarding facility and not. So why would a school not know how many students they have? So that means it's possible that they have porous borders. And if it's a boarding school, you expect that it is properly fenced in. Porous borders, and that means people can be in and out. They could register in and then be out of the facility. That's what it hints at. So it also means that nobody's keeping proper check. For me, that's frightening enough. I don't have to wait for a kidnapper to come take my child. But the fact that you can't even tell if my child is in your facility at the moment, any given moment, is frightening enough. And the fact that we have here kidnappers that can come in their numbers and take students and leave, and we have to ransack the entire state to find them. We can't tell immediately this is where they're headed to, this is where they are. And you wonder where the security agencies are. Where are the agents? What are they doing? How is it this is easily happening over and over again? I know that some of these schools might be at the outskirts of some of these towns. Is that a call for us to move them away from there? Or should we now start putting out security outposts around these areas to ensure properly that we've got, these students properly taken care of? I am the governor is excited, and I will share the excitement that the kids are back and that safely back. And I want to use that word carefully because they're females and they have been abducted. I don't want to think of any kind of trauma that they've been through. And now that they're back, we're excited they're back. But I want to believe that for some of them, the horrors and the torture of being through that process itself will never leave them. So as much as we're excited that they're back, we must also realize that they also would need extra care and professionals to handle them going forward, to treat any sort of trauma that might reside with them. So that story done. Let's check out another before we get into what we'll be talking about proper here. Renew call for regulation against sexual harassment in universities. That's another story making the lines in the education sector. Stakeholders renew call for regulation against sexual harassment in universities. Sexual harassment of female students by lecturers, non-academic staff, and even male students has always been an issue in the nation's universities, with stakeholders calling for stiffer sanctions against randy and erring lecturers. The suspension last week, and that's weeks back, not immediate, not this last week, weeks back, of a University of Nigeria lecturer for allegedly impregnating four, not one, not two, not three, four students, has again brought to the fore issue of sexual harassment in the nation's ivory tower. Is it ivory anymore? It seems that ivory has dulled. Well, it's still called ivory towers anyways. In the nation's ivory tower, and the need for government to speed up measures of addressing the menace. While stakeholders called for stiffer sanctions against culprits, an Islamic scholar, Professor Ishak Akintola, said female lecturers should be blamed for increasing cases of sex scandals in schools. Academic Staff Union of Universities immediate past Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan, UI, Professor Ibel Olayinka, and seasoned scholar, Professor Tajuddin Akanji, observed that the nation's tertiary institutions have been fraught with reported cases of sexual harassment and academic corruption. They argued that the prevalence of these unwholesome practices is threatening the fabric of Nigeria's citadel of higher learning. ASU National President Professor Biodo Oguyemi said the union will never protect any of its members against a glaring case of sexual misconduct. Oguyemi said the union has never been quiet on issues of amorous relationships between lecturers and students, as long as the culprit is taken through the process. Nevertheless, Oguyemi noted that 1 out of 2,000 teachers does not make all lecturers sexual predators. Absolutely, I want to agree there. 1 out of 2,000 doesn't make lecturers sexual predators, but it's beginning to break that fabric, that very fabric that they are worried about, of the citadel of higher learning. It's beginning to stain it and dirty it up. And that's why I said I don't know if it's still ivory towers anymore. Anything, a dollar color to ivory might be what it is now at the moment. And it is because of some of these actions that have continued to dot and destroy the essence of our higher learning institutions. Why do we have, because I mean, it's almost like you hear it from students now when you have conversations with them that they're being sexually harassed. And it's like the norm. They just feel like there's nothing they can do about it. And I've also met lecturers and ASU chairman who would tell me, all I just need is someone to come and tell me so and so. We will walk through it. We will investigate. How come the students do not have this belief in these institutions or these organizations within the institutions to help them through? How come they believe that the tie they have as lecturers is stronger, or the bond they have as lecturers is stronger than the bond they have as how I say, human rights champions for the students, and who ensure that if they have been violated in any form or in any manner, that they will do what is required of them to seek justice and truth and to emancipate them. I know a particular person who says, look, I know this has to be done, but I can't report it because I don't even have evidence. So when we said, okay, try and set them up, try and see if you can, collect some sort of evidence. And she said, well, it's not going to happen. Because even the lecturer understands that you might be trying to get these forms of evidence from. And so they're very thorough. They're probably asking you to turn in your phone. They want to body pat you or something and check that you don't have cameras or anything. And, anything they just think is odd won't be allowed in. And I said, well, it's getting tougher. So I think that for people like the ASU chairman and all the others who are involved in this, and the leadership of the universities, they must understand what's actually going on, the cancer within them, and try as much as possible to checkmate that. Because just like any cancer, once it gets to a certain stage, it's over and done with. It will be difficult to treat. And so I just pray we haven't gotten to that point yet. I pray there's this room for salvaging the universities, and that we haven't gotten to the point where we're just throwing the towel and say, you know what, sexual harass as much as you can because we can't do anything about this. So while that is being sorted out, as the national president, Professor Biodun Ogunyemi, we're asking you and your union that you know better and that you begin to enforce some of these regulations you say you have and see that students can actually go to school. And when I say students, I mean both ways, because I know male students who are being harassed. So it's not as if it's only female. Yes, more numbers are in the females, but then this not excluding female lecturers who are also within these universities and perpetrating this too. So now that we've sorted that out, I'm supposed to call a particular CLO leader, or should I say president? I don't know how they call themselves now. Is it CEO or director? Because of the conversation that we're supposed to have next. But as I'm unable to reach, I will just proceed first with the story. And then after then, I'll see if I can reach the particular CEO the particular leader of this CLO that I'm trying to reach. Okay. So it says here that coalition of activists in River State under the aegis of the Rivers Civil Society organizations has appealed to Governor Nyesom Wike to clear 5-year unpaid salaries of teachers in demonstration schools or face unending street protests. This was months back. The group, however, gave 1 month ultimatum to the state governor to pay the salaries of 250 affected teachers of primary and secondary schools of the state-owned tertiary institutions. The schools include Ignatius Ajuri University of Education, Demonstration Secondary School Ndele, Seashell Model Primary School Port Harcourt, River State University International Secondary School and Staff Schools Port Harcourt, and Ken Sarawiwa Polytechnic Comprehensive Secondary School, Bori. A statement he read yesterday in Port Harcourt by NFR George Will. Now, this is not, I'm reading something that happened a month ago. Executive member of Reef School noted that Governor Wike had 5 years ago sanctioned the academic union members of the schools for allegedly flouting his no school fees order of the state government and had directed that the teachers from the above schools who were collecting school fees from parents when government ordered that no one should pay be delisted from the monthly salary voucher of the state. Pained by the development, the governor, however, vowed that the government will no longer pay the affected teachers nor take responsibility for their allowances. However, the directive excluded the non-academic staff members of the schools, as they have since been receiving their salaries from the government every month, like other civil servants in the state government employment. George Will lamented that all efforts by the affected teachers to appeal to the governor to forgive them and lift the ban on their salaries has failed. He urged Governor Wike to tamper justice with mercy and release the teachers' monies, saying the CSOs in the state give him 1 month to pay up the arrears or face indefinite protest in the state. Judge Will said, we joined the over 250 teachers who are workers of the state government to plead with Governor Wike to revisit the decision of their monthly salaries and pay up their 5 years unpaid salaries. These workers have suffered great hardship and deaths of their members in the period that this has been going on. We want to ask the governor to look back. These are Rivers people. The school fees they allegedly collected were not given to them. They have families, children, and spouses. Most of them are their family breadwinners. Some are widows among them. Now, like we said, this is not something that happened real recently. This was 11th of February. Yeah. And, well, they're still within the month, hoping that things will change. But from what I got, that things haven't changed much. And they're hoping that 5 years later, that the governor will have a rethink and decide to pay this 250 teachers who have not been paid for 5 years. And yet they have been going to work. Yes, they have been teaching in these public schools and have not been paid. Now, while I'm going to try and see if I can get across to Mr. George Will NFR, let's also consider the fact that even the remuneration that is supposed to be paid, the amount that is supposed to be paid itself is questionable when you look at how much is being paid to the teachers of these public schools. We'll get right back to that when I come back after this really quick break.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today's news in 60.
The health practitioner Bayomi Ajayi has said that whoever undergoes in vitro fertilization (IVF) to boost their chance of conception is not at any increased risk of developing breast or cervical cancer. The specialist noted that IVF, which has been used for decades, has a safe track record. The federal government has said it plans to vaccinate 70% of the Nigerian population before the end of 2022. The Nigerian Medical Association and the National Association of Resident Doctors have urged the federal government not to politicize the COVID-19 vaccination. The Medical Association advised the government to ensure that the vaccine gets to the people that need it rather than politicians that can afford it. And on the foreign scene, a top health official in the United States has warned that the spread of the highly contagious coronavirus variant is threatening to fuel a potential fourth surge of cases in the U.S. The head of the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, said that she was concerned by COVID-19 data, saying about 70,000 new cases a day had been recorded last week.
Today's news in 60. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, we're right back. 32 minutes has gone past the hour of 1, and you're still listening to Andrew Gaji here on Today 95.1 FM. We've been talking, well, Andrew Gaji is always on education, and particularly today we're talking about the take-home package for teachers. On one side, remember where we ask whether I can't remember whether this happened even up till I don't know if they still say it though, but it used to be something that was said long ago when they say the teacher's reward is in heaven. I don't know if they still say it now. But then when you think about it and the amount of money that is being paid to some of these teachers in public schools, maybe you might agree that indeed their reward is in heaven, because that month's package really that is paid to them can't obviously be what they deserve. The money itself, pittance as it were, for these particular 250 teachers for demonstration schools here in River State, were denied them for something the governor said they did. They say they didn't do it. The money was not paid directly to them. The money was paid to the bursary and not to them. But for whatever reasons, the governor says that they will be punished for that. And they went to court. They took the governor to the industrial court where they won. He didn't budge, went to appeal. They appeal again, favored the teachers, but here we are, 250 teachers still unable to access their salaries 5 years later on. And for some people, they say, you know, we have so much to even argue on this divide. We want to argue that the amount that is being given to them is still little compared with the volume of work you expect these people to do in the classrooms. I mean, you want them to impact on your children so much that they become great men and women in future. And yet you don't want to give them enough money to do that. And in this particular case, they are denied the same amount for 5 years and counting. We'd like to get your thoughts on that here. I'll quickly open the phone line so we can have a conversation back and forth on this. And I'll continue to see if I can get George Will NFR on the phone. And let's have, perhaps maybe a deeper insight from him. But earlier on, when, I had a conversation with him here, he was talking about how the governor stopped paying this in 2016 without following due process to sack them. That's to sack the teachers. And the government argued that other private schools fund themselves as such. They should fund themselves. Meanwhile, the teachers from their appointment letters are staff of the River State government and not a private school. In fact, other categories of employers like cleaners, gardeners, etc. are still being paid by the university till date, except the teachers, who the governor has decided he's not going to pay, regardless the outcome from the courts. So 0810-951-0951 or 0817-0000-951. Those are the numbers for you to dial to get through to me. Let me have your thoughts on this here. And while we're talking about the demonstration teachers and how they've not been paid for 5 years, I also want to spotlight the amount of money that is being paid to some of the teachers in this public schools. I spoke to one personally, and honestly, I would feel even very ashamed to even have to say how much. He told me he was paid But I'm looking at a married man because he is married and they have 2 children. And the amount of money that they pay him, I would think even if it was just for feeding, it wouldn't last a week. And he was going to take care of feeding. He would take care of accommodation. He would take care of any exigencies that may come up as a family unit. He would take care of school fees. His wife will have needs. And this is where he was pulling all of that from. And then you wonder why some of these teachers don't even come to the classrooms anymore. They're perhaps somewhere doing some other sort of business that they feel, well, I'll combine the two and see if I can make some money for myself to sustain my family. The argument on whether there should have been improvement on the amount of money being paid to school teachers is not new. Like I said, growing up, I also heard that the reward of teachers is in heaven. I don't know whether it was supposed to be because they do such a tremendous job, we can't afford to pay them, or look, we're paying you such pittance that the rest you can collect in heaven. I really don't understand what it was then. But growing up now, I realize that what is being paid to teachers, obviously, is too little. It's almost next to nothing. And in that sense, you're pretty much telling them, wait till you get to heaven before you get paid for all the things that you do here. Well, the phone lines dial are 0810-951-0951 or 0817-000951 to get through to me here in the studio. And let's have a quick conversation on this. Hello?
Yeah, good afternoon, Annie.
Yeah, good afternoon. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Kemji Chuku.
Kemji Chuku, you're calling me from?
Yeah. I'm calling you from Iwofe.
Iwofe, great to have you, Kemji. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is wickedness. This is shameful. For a state like River State, Annie, this is the height of insensitivity. For hearing that people are dying, staff of those schools are dying. Some people, somebody told me, have lost their wives. Not even talking about just the staff alone. We are talking about some of the staff have lost their wives and children. And the government is folding hands and commissioning flyovers. Where are we going to? I mean, what a shame. We are playing politics with the lives of people of River State. And the people of River State do not know, because all they see is, our governor is doing flyovers. He's doing flyovers here and there. He's doing flyovers. But these things, because he feels, our governor feels, yes, the people, the average people on the streets are seeing flyovers, so they feel I'm working. But civil servants, teachers, look at these people. 5 years. Okay. Now they said.
Yeah, but remember that the governor said that they accessed monies, they took monies when he told them not to take monies from parents.
Yeah,
so there is that allegation already. When he said that they shouldn't take monies from parents that were paying for their children in the school.
Why will the governor say that? Okay, now why if he said that, that means these universities also, students of the university should not also, the staff of the universities should not be paid by the River State government, because they also collect fees from the, what is it called?
From the parents of the students.
Yeah, of course. So what argument do they have? Okay, now the court have said these people are legitimate staff. Pay them. Appeal court said we are striking out this. It has been struck out. Pay them. So now, what are we still waiting for? And I don't wonder, is it that the governor does not?
All right, well, we got at least to the point where we got to your position on this matter. Thank you for calling in. Hello, Today 95.1 FM.
Hello, Annie Love.
Hello, good afternoon. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, blessed afternoon to you. Annie, you see...
Where are you calling from? What's your name?
Yeah, and it is Mr. Sam.
All right, Mr. Sam, where are you calling from?
Learn to call the name Mr. Sam.
Where are you calling from, please?
Yeah, I'm calling in my castle. Yeah. And you see, sincerely, when we hear some things that is happening here in the state, it tells clearly that River State, they have entered a very big one chance. But I'm so surprised. Here is Wike who will come out to talk about that he is a lawyer. And now the court has given a verdict that they should pay these people money. What grounds is they or are they holding on to not to pay those people? And here is a man who did not work for any money during COVID-19. He was crying, shouting up and down that they gave Lagos State 20 billion or what have you, that they are not giving River State. Then here are people who work for the money. Here are people who have family. Here are people who, some of them have lost their life or their loved ones. And because of they could not have access to this money. But here is the government that says the government to the people that is rather punishing the people. What kind of wickedness are we?
We got your position. Thank you, but I've got to let you go now because I want to speak real quickly to Mr. NFR Georgeville. I finally have him on the line. Hello, Mr. Georgeville. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think I'll prefer to be addressed as Comrade Georgeville.
Comrade Georgeville. Comrade Georgeville.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, people.
All right, good. So we've been talking about these 250 demonstration teachers who have not been paid for 5 years, and I particularly know that this is something that your organization has been on for a bit now. So if you can just give us a quick background, what was the error that these teachers committed?
Funny enough, these mostly Rivers indigenous who are teachers have committed no offense against their state government or even the state governor, sadly enough. However, in 2016, the River State governor, after assumption of office, stopped paying the salaries of these teachers. The only known ground is that his claim is that private schools are being funded private. Why would he be the ones to pay the teachers? What?
He said something about them collecting money from the parents of the students.
Yeah, no, the staff schools as all over the federation.
Yes.
Collect fees from parents, but the fees are always minimal, very small. When you compare it to other what's it called?
To other secondary schools or primary schools.
Yes. But also, it is not the teachers that collect this salary. This school fee.
Who collects it?
The school fee is being collected by the school management, that's university management, that are appointees of the River State government. What that means is that what I'm trying to say is that if there is anybody to owe for that money being collected, the River State governor should owe the protest teller that he appointed. The River State governor should blame the vice chancellor that he appointed, and not the teacher. For instance, as we speak, till tomorrow, the governor is paying the cleaners in the school. So why is the governor not saying that in private schools those cleaners are being paid by private hands? Why is he paying them? Tomorrow the gardeners are being paid by the state government. So let me say this very clearly, so that we make the point very clear.
Yeah.
These teachers are employees of the River State government. Their employment letter is very clear. They are employees of the River State government. They are not employees of private institutions. They are employees of River State government.
So they're in the River State civil service.
Exactly. Let me put it another way. Some of them do transfer from being teachers to other segments of the university, like maybe non-academic sections of the university.
Okay.
You get the point?
Yeah.
So some of them are transferred, maybe possibly for one reason or the other. Some of them are transferred,
from teachers to other non-academic teaching positions of the university.
Of the university. So you cannot now come and again we put this on record too. That some of these teachers have been employed years before the governor even entered the university as a student. Before ever the governor even entered, he went to COE. The governor went to COE on record and he went to USC on record. Before you go to COE or even go to USC. So these people are employed by the Rivers State government. The idea.
Okay, what I want to find out here is when he came on board and he says, because monies are being paid by parents, I will not pay salaries. Did they challenge that as teachers? Did they challenge him in court?
Yes, they like I said, let me clear it so that our listeners will be clear.
Mm-hmm.
The teachers don't collect salaries from the students. It is the school management that collects some amount of money from the students.
Tuition fees.
Not teachers.
Okay.
Sorry, I collect the fees. Sorry, I collect the fees from because this school is supposed to be staff school.
I understand completely what you mean by that. It's staff school, so the amount they pay is very little, and they pay it into the school bursary, not to the teachers.
So about 50% of the students are actually children of staff, and the other 50% are from outsiders. But a lot of persons from the outside bring their children to that school because it has a way of motivating students to go to university. When you have a primary and secondary school in the university campus, it has a way of motivating the students to go to university. And again, they are one of the best primary and secondary school in Rivers State, owned by the Rivers State government. I challenge anybody. They are the best. All of them, all my younger ones attending those schools, they are about the best Rivers State government owned primary and secondary school in Rivers State. Now, and again, let me say this: these schools are not peculiar to Rivers State. For example, the Uniport and other federal universities have demonstration schools or staff schools. Other states too have demonstration schools and staff schools, and the federal government is paying. The other states are paying. Why is the case of Rivers State different? When the teachers pleaded and tried to educate the governor on the position of these things, and they approach the industrial court. When they approach the industrial court in 2018, the industrial court gave a landmark judgment saying that these students are your students, these teachers are your teachers, and the Rivers State governor or any of his agents should not dare to remove them illegally. That same day, the Rivers State governor appealed the judgment. The Rivers State government appealed the judgment. The matter lasted until October 2020, and the court of appeal struck off the appeal of the Rivers State government. And all we are asking, all the teachers are asking, what civil society is asking, what my organization, the Rivers Civil Society organization, that I'm privileged to be the chairman, is asking, is that the Rivers State government should obey court order.
So for the let me just quickly ask, for the 5 years that these teachers have not been paid, have they been going to school? Are they still teaching?
Yeah, I've been going to school to show you that they have been going to school. These teachers, to show that they've been going to school, this school has been producing graduates.
Okay.
They have been involved in terminal exam or professional exam.
Okay.
Like a junior work and senior work. They have been involved. So without teachers, how would they do so? Because no new teachers are employed.
So, no, exactly where I was going to. There were no new teachers employed. It was the old teachers who have still been going and doing so without being paid.
Yes. It's on record. So, and on the thing, they're still dishing out results for every session. Every session, these same teachers, about 11 of them have now died. Rivers indigenous, 11 of them are now dead.
It's a sad kind of event indeed. But has there been any form of response from the River State government on this?
Well, apart from this court, what's it called? Going to court, I told you about the teachers have won. You know, nothing much. But yesterday, yesterday, the lawyer called that there is an information from the River State government, which attempts to want to challenge the current position of the court. But we until now, we have not laid our hand on this
on the document.
Yes, because the teachers have said that they are going to enforce what the lawyers will call from 37 and 39 that's enforcement of court judgment. So possibly the University government has responded. But and that but I've not seen that document. But the position of teachers has is that the teachers have threatened, and their sympathizers like us too have said if they refuse to pay in February, which has passed, that they may have to go to the street. And if the teachers go to the street, civil society will
go along with them. All right,
yes.
Comrade Eneva, it was an eye opener talking to you. Thank you so much for taking us through this issue. Thank you very much. All right, then, like we said earlier on, for 5 years they've been working. It's not as if they fired them and they went home and they sat down. 5 years they've been working. 5 years they haven't been paid anything. Regardless what the court judgments have been that has favored them, state government has insisted, we will not pay you. I'd like to get your thoughts on that. Alongside, don't forget that we're also looking at the pittance that's actually paid to the teachers of these public institutions. I think next week on Andrew Gaji, I'll take permission of some of these. I don't know if they will, but I'll take permission from some of these teachers if I can actually, mention the amounts that is being paid and, get them to actually talk to us too. And we'll understand how unbelievable a life we expect of these teachers who are supposed to help train our own children and instill in them excellence, and yet they have to go home with pittance. So while that is on the other hand, let me quickly read some of your text messages and open the phone lines one more time. This here says, good afternoon, Annie. Governor prefers flyovers over education. He can do the two, really. There's really nothing wrong with flyovers, but he can do the two. Governor prefers flyovers than education. He has no regard for education, but chose to build overhead bridges, then calls for politicians all over the country. And some of those persons have died as a result of this struggle, even when the court had made a declaration. Quite unfortunate, the level we find ourselves in River State. Comrade Matthew Samuel from Ikodi Ngeni in Ahoda West. Tamunosaki John Bull, you said teaching is the only profession that negates all other professions. Teachers are the highest earners in many nations in the world. In Nigeria, teachers are never valued in whatever way. The Navy, Army, Air Force, assembly members, senators, railway workers all have their respective quarters. Only teachers who taught all these people can't boast of their quarters. Payment of teachers in Nigeria is the worst I have seen in the African continent. Do you know that government schedules meetings with teachers at St. Andrews at Education Bus Stop Mile 1? Yes, they schedule meetings with doctors at Hotel Presidential. What an irony. Tamunosaki John Bull. That's the height of it. Why? Why can't the teachers meet at Hotel Presidential too? Why does it have to be doctors and others who will meet? See, for the sake of the teachers, I am appalled. And this is the base upon which all other professions stand. Really? Because, if the teachers were not there, who would have taught you to be a doctor? Who would have taught you to be a soldier? Who would have taught you to be a political scientist? Who would have taught you anything at all? And yet they're the ones that will not have meetings with in Hotel Presidential, but at St. Andrews. Annie, I'm Gift from Port Harcourt. Where's the proof that the school fees were paid to the bursary? The teachers are liars. They took the money. Return the money and get paid. Annie, please let the governor pay the teachers to alleviate their suffering. Thanks. This is from Uche. One last call as we wrap down. We've got just 3-4 minutes on the clock and we've got to go. Let's have your thoughts in by calling 0810-9510-951. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please. Good afternoon. What's your name and where you're calling from?
Hello, good afternoon. This is Toby Baramedon, the voice of democracy.
Toby, great to have you. Where are you calling from, Toby?
I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Great to have you, Toby. Go ahead.
I think these teachers were actually employees of the River State government. But I think as people that were employed by the staff school, they were also paid like people in the university or staff in the polytechnic. So their scale was quite different. So I think they can also make another line of argument because most of them transferred from maybe the primary session or the secondary session, that was also in the state service, that is River State Secondary School, down to the staff school, because of the high pay. Are you getting the point of argument?
I'm listening.
Yes, because just like maybe people are paid like maybe 70,000 or 65,000 in the regular secondary school, the person now transfer to that staff school, the person will be on like 200,000. You understand? So maybe somehow it may the point might not, this point might not come out, but maybe the government is feeling like the amounts being paid to them, it's quite like double or triple the ones.
If you feel the amount is too expensive, what you should do is to review it, not to deny them.
Yes, well, I think they should argue from the point of maybe they can also be paid like the normal secondary school scale.
That's what I'm saying. That the argument here is not on whether it should be reviewed or not. The argument is you have denied paying completely. So until government comes on board and says, look, the reason why we're not paying is because we can't afford to pay that much. This is what we can pay. Then
I think the teachers can also argue on this other line to pay them like their normal. Maybe
that's what I'm saying. No teacher is going to come up and say, pay me less when the government has not even said it's because of the money that we're not paying you.
No, they are not arguing on this position too. Maybe the government would have also considered that. If they put that position,
that's what I'm saying. Why should they put that position? That's not even the position with which the government withheld their money in the first place. So why bring it up? Anyways, thank you very much. We got your contribution. I mean, I'm just think about it. I'm being paid 200,000 naira. You're not complaining that the money is too much. You just say, "Oh, I took money from students, or I did that," and you stop paying me. Will I come and say, "Okay, pay me 50,000 naira like everybody else"? That's not the conversation we're having. We're having, did you take money or you didn't take money? I'm not paying you. You should pay me. That's where the argument is. Maybe when the government comes on board and says, "Look, well, we will pay you, but we can't continue to pay you what we were paying you earlier. This is what we can do going forward." That's a new level of conversation now. And unless it is initiated by the government, not much will be done concerning that. All right, I think I can afford to take one last call, if I can. Yes, I can. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning, what's your name? Solomon, where are you calling from?
I'm Solomon calling from Obogoro community.
All right, Solomon from Obogoro. Real quickly now.
Thank you. The government has denied teachers payment. The teachers have they realized the offense, and if actually they have realized, they can write.
They've gone to courts. The courts didn't say they were wrong. The court said they are teachers duly employed by the state government and they need to be paid.
Okay, the court said the teachers is wrong.
Yeah, the court said the teachers need to be paid.
The teachers need to be paid. They deserve payment. Then why will the government refuse them payment? They should write a memorandum letter to government.
All right, then.
Maybe the government have forgotten.
They've forgotten, right? I know. Maybe they've forgotten. We've got to go, though. It's 58 minutes after the hour of 1. We'll come back next week. And I really need to talk more on the amount of money being paid to teachers. So we'll see what we can do about that next week. But stay on the dial. Today's hustle continues. We have got Wealth. We've got Johnson. We've got so much more coming on here. I think Wisdom joins them too this afternoon. I'm not too sure. But then there's so much more coming up in the next hour. You don't want to miss it.
Been this good. 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has recalled the pessimism of the immediate past administration and how projects will be executed with the paucity of funds in the state. Governor Wike, during the contract signing for 2 new flyover bridges in Port Harcourt with construction giant Julius Berger at Government House, said he has surmounted the challenge of the opposition party in the state. The governor, who pleaded with residents to continue to bear with the traffic situation in the state, also announced the plan by his administration to construct a vascular disease center. Speaking earlier, Managing Director of Julius Berger, Lars Richer, said the company remains committed to delivering quality infrastructure in Rivers State.
Today, we are gathering here for the signing ceremony for the construction of flyover number 7 and number 8. Flyover 7 at Ikuko Junction has 14 spans with a total length of 590 meters, while flyover number 8 has a length of 526 meters. The construction period for both flyovers will be less than 12 months. There is no doubt that the construction of these flyovers to be delivered in such a short time frame is a challenge. Julius Berger will deliver 5 flyovers within the next 12 months.
The 2 new flyover bridges will be located at waterlines and Ikuku areas of Port Harcourt. There is a terrible traffic at Rumokoro in Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State. This is despite the commissioning of the newly constructed Okoro Nodo flyover by Governor Nyesom Wike yesterday. Our correspondent Funaya Obemendekwe reports that a truck had fallen under the bridge in the early hours of today, but does not seem to be the cause of the traffic jam. Our correspondent also reports that there appear to be less movement on the flyover as more of the vehicular movement is coming from the Rumo Dumaya and Rumo Igbo axis. Respondents want traffic officers to be stationed in the area to control vehicular movements. Admiralty lawyers have expressed concern over the precarious state of security in Nigeria's maritime sector, despite the huge funds appropriated to curb sea piracy and gun attacks on the waterways. But Harcourt-based lawyer and president of Admiralty Lawyers Society of Nigeria, Angus Chukwuka, in an interview with our correspondent Victor Iziama, lamented the high rate of insecurity on Nigeria's waterways as alarming and posing a negative reflection of the country's maritime sector.
The rising speed of violence on the Nigerian waterways is becoming too hot for comfort. Piracy and armed robbery at sea have become the recurring decimal in our maritime industry. There is a rising trend of piratical crimes recently in Bonny and our internal waters, and it is dispiriting that the bulk of the piratical crimes committed within the Gulf of Guinea are said to emanate from the criminal elements from the Delta region. This is notwithstanding the fact that Nigeria just passed the Suppression of Piracy and Other Maritime Offences Act 2020. It was earlier thought that with the passage of the POMO Act, Nigeria will begin to enjoy maritime security and a good measure of confidence from the maritime investors and stakeholders. But the passage seems to have triggered off an increase in the crimes. It is against this background that we call on the law enforcement agencies tasked with the responsibility of implementing the provisions of the Act to up their game and ensure that there is sanity on our waterways.
President Muhammadu Buhari is presiding over a meeting of the National Security Council at the State House. The meeting was started at 9 a.m. this morning and is taking place at the Council chambers. It is expected to review the current security situation in the country with a view to addressing the rising cases of kidnapping and banditry. In attendance is the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osibanjo, Secretary to Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, and Chief of Staff to President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari. Others are the Ministers of Defense, retired Major General Bashir Magashi, Police Affairs, Maigari Dingyadi, Minister of Interior, Ralph Aregbesola, as well as Chief of Defense Staff, Major General Loki Rabo, Service Chiefs and Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Adamu. On the foreign scene, the U.S. Defense Department has said that one member of a pro-Iran militia was killed and 2 were injured in last week's bombing of a border station inside Syria. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby made no mention of possible civilian casualties, but said that 9 buildings were destroyed in the pinpoint strike on the outposts near Abu Kamal. The U.S. military said was used by Iran supporters, Iraqi armed groups. Shortly after the earlier Friday attack, the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights said 22 fighters from Iran's state-sponsored Hashad al-Shabi paramilitary force were killed. The strike was in retaliation for three recent missile attacks on installations used by U.S. and coalition forces in Iran. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap and running water, avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Once again, good afternoon. I am Wealth Wilson and thank you for listening. Do stay tuned. Today's hustle continues with Wealth, Wisdom, and Jonathan.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country. Hardly a day passes without news of a fire outbreak in some part of the country, causing fear and panic among the people. Needless to say, we need to remind ourselves of the possibility of an outbreak at any time. This is what is likely to prevent us from being taken by surprise. Always put off appliances when not in use. Do not overload electrical sockets. Fuel your generator before, not when in use. Avoid fixing electrical faults personally when you apparently do not have the skill. Keep the candle on a candle stand.
It takes only a minute for a fire to get out of hand. In case of a fire outbreak, please call the fire service hotline 070-315-221-99. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Hello. I'm actually looking for a place where I can do very good jingles. And
Call this number.
What about a place where, like a comfortable place where I can record and produce my programs?
Call this number.
Sorry, this one is actually very important to me. I'm also looking for a good radio station where I can place my adverts. This one is actually very important to me.
This number.
This number.
Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
0818 389 2850. 0818 389 2850.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please?
This president's failed.
It's about the future of this country.
We're going to take it back. We're going to take it back.
You asked us to vote you into that position so you can bring about that
solution.
So when you vote me, then you sleep.
Let me see if I can take another phone call. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
What makes a policeman to be able to feed is the gun he's holding. They use their gun to extort money from people.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
No longer news that we are truly the voice of the people.
Am I not a slave in Nigeria?
I refuse if you are. If you say you're
Let's not get to that now. So the Nigerian constitution.
You spot the difference now?
You don't have to be in government to serve.
You don't have to hold a political office to change lives. It was Mahatma Gandhi that said, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. So before you point out how the government has failed in service, ask yourself, are you being of service to your fellow Nigerian in your own little corner? As Mother Teresa puts it, unless life is lived serving others, it is not worth living at all. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double levels. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double levels. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
Minutes gone past 2 o'clock, and you are welcome to today's hustle on your Premium Talk radio station today, 95.1 FM. And this is today's hustle once again, where we get to talk about something really interesting and somewhat localized, an issue that affects you and I. Every single one of us, especially every one of us that lives here or reside within Rivers State. Now, I am Wealth Wilson, and I sure won't be doing the show alone. I have with me two gentlemen already seated, geared up, and ready for this conversation. Good afternoon to you, Jonathan.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and it's a great time today.
And Wisdom Obina.
Good afternoon to you, Wealth, and to Jonathan, and to you listening. It's a pleasure to be here again. Amidst, I don't know if I should call it a good news. I was listening to you guys talk about it, the arrival of the COVID-19 vaccines, and how it will start with the frontliners. I'm sure when before it gets to the backliners, maybe.
Who is this young man?
75% is what they said. They said 75% of Nigerians. 25
will be remaining.
We don't know who those will be. Don't worry, my village is covered. I don't know about your village.
Well, that's one thing on the other side.
But you know, a good number of the 75 being preempted by the federal government. Some of them do not want, the vaccines, away from maybe health workers and probably strategic leaders, as they've mentioned, and a couple elderly people who would want to, allow the vaccines to be administered onto them. But, a good number of Nigerians say no.
Boss Mustafa is not going to distribute it. He'll give it to them. At the end of the day, we talked about NIN, National Identification Number, and those who were the last person, the retailers, started. Oh, they brought in tractors. Julius Bashar cleaned up the whole place. Governor has gone dirty to the people.
well, expectedly, I'm sure the indigents and residents of that area were really happy, or were anticipating to get back to using that Rumokoro access. But the big problem is what's going on at Mbulu. So no matter how many flyovers you build around that region, it would look like the purpose has been defeated if we still have the issues. You still use only one lane.
Yeah.
If you get to Olu Junction. So if you like pass through 3 tracks or something, once you get to Olu,
nothing will
resolve
change
to using one lane. And that one lane is not even clean enough.
The
you have
funny
to dodge,
pliable.
dodge some parts. It's not even that pliable.
The funny part of what you're saying is we're talking about protecting, barricading under the bridge. This afternoon, the gate that was utilized in securing the place, I actually saw 3 persons sleeping under there with their bags. Hello.
Well, all of these issues were bound to arise, and the government with the task force have to, become even more effective, even with the local government chairman as well. But then again, for what we're talking about today we're looking at waste. You said something about how clean the bridge was when the governor was around, and then after he left, the whole dirt and debris around the area. Well, today we'll be looking at the need for sustainable waste management. I'm pretty sure that you would expect that the best people we could speak to right now would be Riwama as an agency responsible for that. But then somehow we've encountered a couple glitches with trying to reach out to them. But then we'll try our very best to paint up the picture of the environmental...
Yeah, come on, Wealth, you're in order.
All right, paint up the picture with, the environment and what it looks like, especially with waste and waste management and disposal within the state. Now, we do understand that, there are laws about how you go about disposing waste or discarding waste, right? Now, some persons are being given bags weekly or monthly by different, pickup agencies or recycle agencies, for them to discard their waste and just tie it up and then dump it outside your house. Or for some people on the median of the road, and then Riwama would come pick it up, or whatever waste agency they have anymore in the state will come pick it up and ensure that this waste, are properly discarded, and the ones good enough for recycle will get recycled and what have you. But then we understand that in the state, a good number of us do not understand the need to, the phrase, cleanliness is next to godliness. Now, we see a lot of people discard whatever waste or whatever debris they have, within their disposal at any point in time, at every point, wherever they are. And there's pretty much nobody to check or even stop them from doing such. And the ones who are, nice enough to at least discard their waste, especially on the median of the road, do not sometimes bag it, and sometimes have scavengers come in and lurk around, scatter and, scavenging, which is what they know how to do best. And in the end of the day, it becomes an eyesore. So we're looking at both scavengers now and waste management in the state. So, Wisdom, first off, do you think that the government has done enough, right, to educate the people about how to keep their environment clean? Because it is one thing to say you're trying to change River State or bring it back to the status of the Garden City, and it's another thing to have the people understand really what that really entails or what that really means in its entirety.
Well, I must say that the government rarely pays attention to sensitizations these days, especially when it's not election. It's a general problem I have noticed. I only see money being disbursed. You want to, let's say we have problem with the sanitation system or the environment. You just hear we have allocated 10 million or 10 billion for to make sure that our roads are cleaner. We employ more people. It's not a bad thing, but I think ordinarily sensitization is one path we can actually tow instead of just always sharing money. Because like you mentioned, we get to those times when you can say, okay, this particular area of the state is not well taken care of, but the people there who are probably supposed to be the ones causing that problem, even if at the end of the day they still get punished for it, they might be doing better if the government has decided to probably educate, sensitize, and maybe the River State Waste Management Agency have started to toe that line. I sometimes feel that what we just know in this country, most of our agencies and departments and what have you are more like point and kill, hit and run. Just disburse the money, collect the money, clean. Nobody thinks about the other things you can actually do to get the job even well done or something. You know, I think sensitization is really very important. I have seen little to nothing when it comes to public sensitization. What we normally see is today's sanitation. The River State government has announced on radio that today's sanitation. Everybody come out for sanitation, and I don't even come out. You don't slap me. Nobody tells me why it's important. Now, people would work more. Over time, research has shown that people will work more if you explain to them the positive reasons why they should do something and not just use what they call force. There's a word for it in philosophy. Yes, to actually push people to actually do things. Because when they just tell you sanitation is by 7, nobody leaves till 10 a.m. You know those nice adverts. And I could just decide to stay in my room and I mean, my house is clean. So I might just decide, okay, what's my business? Even if that's wrong anyway, that's a wrong way of seeing it. But I feel sensitization, the government, and maybe, because when we say the government, we are talking about the agencies that are responsible.
Yes.
You know, even across, or even in terms of our food systems, the Standard Organization of Nigeria and Rivers State, I'm sorry to say, I've not seen too much work being done by these guys. I talk more of Riwama and the others, you know, outside their duties of going straight to clean the road and all those things. I've not seen too much work in terms of sensitization. It's not the governor that will come and sensitize you. It's those who are leading these systems, you know, Commissioner for Environment and the others who are going to say, okay, let's actually lead, start a campaign that would probably go into the nooks and crannies of the state to educate people on how to bag wastes before you throw it away, and not just you go in there to dispose it anyhow, and at the end of the day it affects you. It might look like it's going to be indirectly, maybe it's on the road that would happen, maybe your house is a bit far, but at the end of the day, whatever happens to the cars, whatever happens in the night, the smells that do come out of that road or that area, because it's not only your waste that would be there, others would also join you to also do the same thing. So I think sensitization, we've not really done too much.
All right. What about you, Jonathan? What do you think? Do you think that the government has done enough to sensitize the people on the need to at least stay clean or cooperate with waste management agencies in the state?
It's so very sad, and it's disheartening asking such a question. The government, from my own point of view, entirely my opinion, have actually done nothing but what they want to do because of their personal interests. Now, let me take it from late Idiagbon, Brigadier Idiagbon, who was the vice president or vice head of state to President Muhammadu Buhari. There was something he introduced: war against indiscipline. We're talking the year after Shagari was outstared. 1979, approximately 80-something. Now, he introduced war against indiscipline. If you throw away a sachet of pure water on the road, you'll be arrested. He kept Lagos State clean. Now, I keep saying this time and that time again. We keep telling ourselves the same thing. And it's like we enjoy talking. The question here is, politics has taken the better part of our lives. And where is the politics? The government will come up with policies. They will come up with this. Maintenance, sustenance, and continuity is a major problem. Now, the seaway, the walkways on all of our roads, just like Wilson said, is like a housing. People dump debris in those areas. And you say we have got designated areas. Arumukurushi, you've got the road. At Kilimanjaro, opposite Kilimanjaro, you got debris designated area, just like every other place. Now, these waste disposal management agencies pick them up in the night at about 6, thereabout. Now, how do you empower the youth? We're talking about job creation. There's enough money. There are private entrepreneurs that can be empowered to bag all of this debris every weekend. And where do they dispose of this debris? Where are these trucks disposing this debris? It's not about yes, we're doing this. It's about continuity, proper management of waste disposal. This is a problem.
All right. And now that we've established that government and other agencies have not done enough, especially in ensuring that the people understand the need to stay clean and agencies understand the need to ensure that the environment is clean. Let's talk about one thing that is very, very important. Wisdom said something about sensitization. And I've discovered that over the years in different states whatsoever, we understand that a lot of families, homes and industries do not understand the need for segregating of waste, especially when they want to bag and dispose of them. Now, you understand that they mix, hazardous waste with, home used or home produced waste. The same way that they would just bag it up and just drop it for whatever agencies to come in. And then in the end of the day, you find that it would be very difficult for maybe an integrated agency or even scavengers to understand from what bag they would go scavenging for whatever they want, which further causes maybe oozing, the environment, because of course the bag would be torn open and what have you. And in the end of the day, the agency sometimes even delays in coming in, and most of these things decay and cause environmental and health hazards to not just the people within that particular area, but then the environment as a whole.
1985, Nigeria had a system. Now, you see, it's not just about what we're doing. It's about how we've been able to sustain the situation. 1985, I remember vividly, we bag our debris, and there are people that come and pack them.
No, I think we've moved away from that, but they're talking about bagging debris.
I'm trying to link it with what you said. Now, sustaining this, we keep losing track of sustaining whatever it is we put down as, what we want to do. Now, if the government says, do this, can they sustain what they say we should do? That's a question we should ask ourselves. And the people in question, we must ask ourselves, are we ready to follow sway? Are we ready?
Well, that's a good question. But there's something we must also understand, which is segregating waste at source. Do you understand? Now, when we talk about waste management and waste agencies and also people helping out with what is being done, especially with the disposal of waste, we must also understand that sensitization comes in. Now, the homes, how many homes understand that when you want to dispose of this waste, there's certain waste that you put in a certain bag and the others you take away from the usual home waste that you want to dispose? All of these things come with government activities and agencies. Now, how much of this sensitization has Rumama given to the people or homes or even people within the resident about how to segregate waste, so that when scavengers come, especially with the delay of coming up to pick up the dirt, right? When scavengers come, they do not just scatter up everything and further cause decaying of hazardous and home waste together, which would inevitably affect the health of the people within that area.
Well, over time, there's been a style here in Rivers State that we normally use, and I think it's probably the same thing. Maybe not the same, because there's a part of the country I stayed before or I visited where the waste guys just drive around and either they ring bells or something.
And then you bring it out.
Just start running out. But here in Rivers State, the method we've operated ever since the days of Dr. Peter Odili, from 2000 down to this time that I've been here, we always come to the center of the road to drop our wastes. So,
is that even a good solution? This median of the road as the muster point for waste.
Exactly.
The wrongest.
I think at this
the
point,
wrongest way.
At this point, we might have to rethink that solution. The reason why that was chosen was because dropping it any other place around except that middle or that center, because we usually have this little space, walking space, outside the pedestrian walk now on the sides of the road, then the properties and everything. Then, and even up until now, we see shops who even overstay their or maybe extend their positions. They get closer to the road. So if you drop debts around that region, I'm sure that's why the center of the road was like the easiest part they chose then. So at this point, we might need to rethink the solution. But coming down to your question, now what usually happens is we just go with that understanding. take your waste to the middle of the road. Nobody tells you which waste you should. Nobody explains anything to you because ordinarily we don't know. I can't sit here and tell you, okay, there is this particular waste I'm supposed to bag. I'm not supposed to bag this particular one. What usually happens, especially in the last administration, I've not seen that here now. 1 or 2 times I've tried. Now these days it's someone usually comes to carry it. But then I've not seen that under this. Then you would probably go to you want to throw away the whatever, your trash. If it's not baggaged, even the neighbors around will shout at you. Those who are selling things around that 6, 7, because it has to be between 6 to 6. You know, they will probably tell you, no, don't do that. They would scold you. You know, then you get to know, oh, everything I'm taking here is supposed to be bagged or baggage or packed, well packed or well arranged, not just tossed around. So, but in reality, that's the height of the
indiscipline.
No, that's the height of exposure and the sensitization we have gotten as a state. And I'm talking from the point of view of someone who has stayed in this state. I have not heard at any point where we are hearing, okay, this is how this is supposed to be thrown away. There are wastes that should not be thrown like this. All we get to hear is, like I said, in the previous administration, I think this administration has not really taking it seriously. Yes, they still come around to take out the debts, but in the last administration, it was a very serious business. The Garden City, returning the whatever to the Garden City state, it was really a serious issue for the last administration. We had more women employed, most times cleaning the roads, even men too. We had also the case of 5 a.m. being the time for those the waste disposal agency now to come pick up the debt. These days by 7 a.m. I still 6 a.m. 6:30 I still see them around. But then it used to be around, if you're driving around now early morning, maybe earlier on, if you're going to work, you could still find them. But back then under the last administration, I think by 5:30 they will finish whatever they came to do and probably disappear from the place. Well, I think that was the arrangement. Anyway.
If I may come in there very quickly, look at it this way. It's all about when we take a good look at the situation on the ground. There is an agency. Is the agency well equipped to handle the waste in the state? What is their capacity to handle waste disposal? That's a major question we should ask ourselves.
I could come in on that one now. Yeah. I know for sure that there are things that are not in place, really. I don't work for Riwama, but I know there are things that are not exactly where they should be. But in terms of at least having those the advance that they used to come and pick up the whatever, you know, I think that one is available because I always see them every morning. But we're talking about the size of Port Harcourt alone. From the angle is coming from. We have enough. We used to have this basket spread around the streets.
300 and something thousand personnel are in Nigerian police force. And at the end of the day, we've got well over 200 million Nigerians. How can they police the Nigerian society? Now, how many waste disposal agencies?
These agencies can also be privatized. That's why you have a lot of private recycling. There you go, Wealth.
You've just hit the nail on the head. This is what we need.
All right. So, as I said, these agencies can also be privatized. And, a good number of them, you see them walk around, get waste that can be recycled and has economic value as well.
Absolutely.
Within the state and even in the nation. But then here's the thing. A good number of Rivers people, a good number of the people in the states do not understand the need to stay clean. A good number of them do not have the right sensitization as to what waste should be bagged and disposed at a certain time or at a certain place. All of these things are things that agencies and indeed even the government and even private agencies should take up as responsibility to, from time to time, inform the people, educate them about this is how it works and this is how it doesn't work. And there must be a muster point for scavenging. That's another thing we have to talk about. Having the scavengers come on the median of the road, disrupt the baggages, and then scatter up the debris everywhere is really, really appalling.
Well, I think that was the focus of our discourse earlier. It's just that we had to talk about the job of the agencies. But the scavengers, I think that one is another problem.
A major
entirely.
problem, actually.
Exactly, because when you even put your baggage or whatever, your waste, and you go to dispose it, it's supposed to be well arranged, at least.
They have helped you in scattering
They will help you to bring it down to smallest bits. It would actually make it look or make the road even worse.
Do you know it would have been better
when you just even go to
if we have
away your
different
dirt.
baggaging for home waste and again hazardous waste like maybe metal, batteries and what have you. So when they feel, they can tell which one is which or what content is in which one, so that they do not scatter.
This is Nigeria. Wake
up. But then here's the thing. If the system changes and the agency makes known all of these processes, it will be easier for the either scavengers to make a decision as to whether or not that is how they are going to go about scavenging, or they're going to have a muster point where waste agencies would either separate, the waste, whether solid or hazardous, whatever, and then the scavengers come in and pick what they need and then move away with it.
I'll tell you something. I took time to study the number of the trucks. It's not truck, those ones that have the engine to sucking the debris. From Rumukurushi to artillery, they have only 2. One hardly works. Now, look at the mass, the size of Port Harcourt. Let's ask ourselves, how many of these trucks does the Waste Management Board have? We must take a look at that before we talk about disposal. And then at the end of the day, where do they dispose this debris? Where is the designated area? Naturally, the designated area for disposing all of the things they pick up from the metropolis should be far away from where people live. These are major questions we should ask ourselves. How many trucks can take care of the disposal of the debris of the whole of Port Harcourt? A major question which I think a lot of people want to know.
Well, as I said, it's not just the waste agency from the state. We have private agencies as well, that are responsible for that. But then that brings us back to our first question, which is whether or not the government have been able to do enough to help these agencies carry out their duty, which of course you both answered as no.
Yes.
So here's the thing. We're going to open the phone lines now, and then we're just asking solutions. Now, how do you think we can reduce the activities of scavenging in Rivers State, especially when, the possible solution for discarding our waste now is on the median of the road? We've all come to that, realization.
Of course.
But then how do we reduce the activities or the destruction that happens with scavengers when those waste are being, dumped there for Riwama and whatever other agency would come to pick up whenever? So how do we do that? How do we mitigate those activities? Is the question we're asking. Should we create or have a muster point where they go to separate, or segregate waste, with these agencies? Or we should have a sensitization talk with residents within the state to bag waste separately. Maybe metal, hazardous waste with battery and what have you in a different baggage, and maybe home waste and smaller
and
waste
in
another baggage, so that it is easy for the scavengers to scavenge and carry whatever it is they need, while we are waiting for the government and these agencies to buckle up and ensure that waste discarding and disposal is quite effective in the state. And then how do we have the people in the state also understand the rule of cleanliness? I mean, you walk around in the streets, and then you find people after eating or buying whatever it is they want to buy or eat, they just dispose wherever, because they understand that maybe in the morning or in the evening some persons will come to clean the roads or sweep the roads. But then how do we make them imbibe this culture of cleanliness? You go to states like once upon a time Calabar, you go to places like Uyo in Akwa Ibom state, and even Lagos state as well. Lagos and Ondo, I think, is it Ondo or Ogun state, but one of those states where if you are caught disposing or discarding waste indiscriminately,
that's a beautiful one there.
And then
you dare not.
You get arrested.
You will get arrested.
Or somebody gets fined.
Definitely.
But in this part of the state, it's pretty much like that culture is not yet imbibed. Everybody can take whatever they want and discard wherever they like.
True. So and then again, it's because they've not probably taken it seriously.
Exactly. The sensitization.
I've said, if we catch you, you're fined or sanctioned. But here, what they write is.
But you do know that in some
exactly.
of the states that take it seriously, it's not even the agencies that enforce it. It is the people around.
Okay.
You understand? Somebody sees you with waste and sees you want to dump it, and they tell you if you try it, you'll pay fine. That's not even an agency personnel or what have you. It is the people that now understand that the streets belong to them. You have to keep it clean.
Yeah.
So how do we make the people within this region inculcate that habit of cleanliness? And then the issue of scavenging. Please give us a solution. How do we make sure that these people do not add to the problem of disposal of waste in the state? In the evenings, all you have to do is come out and look at the median of the road and see what goes on.
The scavengers actually, at the same time, it's like their livelihood. We should also look at that.
You know, it could be of economic.
Their livelihood.
It could actually be of economic. Of economic help as well. You know, there's some people who scavenge. Good. Now, there's some people who are into recycling, which the scavengers also help in aiding, you know, that duty as well. So what can we do? How can we mitigate this issue so that anybody whose livelihood is dependent on recycling or scavenging still continues, but then you do not constitute more problems for the disposal of waste in the state?
Absolutely.
Let's get to open the phone lines now. I see some people already sending a message about how the government have done little or nothing to help with waste management and disposal in the state. But then again, what solutions do we have? Do we need more private people talking about recycling? I mean, in some countries like Russia, people make money for recycling products. Really.
Just invest some money.
It also happens here in Nigeria.
Yes,
Most
so
of
how
those
do we
irons are usually taken to a bar and one of the eastern states.
No, I mean household. I mean household, not scavengers now. I mean household.
Could be rubber,
people, children
water and all
actually
that,
help to recycle some of this, you know, disposable or recyclable products or materials.
Even
and they make
pure
money.
Water.
They make money
Absolutely.
off it. So how can we make that a thing in the state? How do we teach people these things? And how do we get the agencies to do better? All the questions.
That's it.
0817-000951 or 0810-9510-951. Do send in your messages to the number 0701-9339-962. That doubles as the WhatsApp and SMS platform anyway. Let's get to hear from you. 95.1 FM.
Hello, Lady West.
Mr. Samuel, welcome.
Yeah, greetings to you and Mr. Obina and Mr. Jonathan, the foreigner.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, yeah. Yeah, Lady West, you see, I don't know why government on all quarters will keep deceiving themselves, thinking they are deceiving the people. Now you will hear they say Rewama, the waste management and recycling. Where are they managing the waste? Where are they recycling the waste? You see, I don't understand. But you see, when you talk about these things, these people, they are not doing anything.
Mr. Sam, how do you dispose your waste? Do you segregate waste? Like, do you have a baggage for home produced waste and have a baggage for municipal hazardous waste, such as battery metals and what have you? Do you do that?
There is these boys that will do contracts. They come and carry it time to time.
I said, do you segregate your waste? I did not ask you if there are boys who come from time to time to carry it.
Hello? You say what?
What she's saying is, do you separate certain metals like batteries from rubber and all of that? Do you separate them or you pack everything together?
Actually, I don't do that. But you see, sincerely talking about these people, they should have those facilities that will be doing these things, not to come and tell us waste management whatsoever, Rewama, and they are not doing it. We are not the ones to be doing it in our individual homes. But if possible you have that time, you do it.
All right,
to have the facilities. They are capable of having those facilities.
And people also should learn as well the need to separate waste.
Of
It's
course.
as simple as it sounds. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Yeah, Matthew calling from Mali.
Welcome, Matthew.
Yeah, I listened to you around this afternoon concerning scavengers and those recycling. How government put eye into them? Our government will not put eye. Do you know why? All our aim is on oil. Even from federal to state, they are local. All our
you know private individuals as well can actually pick up this as a business? Recycling businesses.
No, I've not known those, but our government needs to know them because they are in our country. You see them scavenging, You go to other countries, those things they can make money, do some other things. But our own here is to look into oil.
Okay, so what do you think should be done? Your opinion?
My opinion is government should put eyes into all these things.
All right.
Because that's why today, you see in Nigeria, when things go high, it doesn't go down. We only put that in oil. It's very wrong.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, government should take more attention to this particular issue. 95.1 FM. Hello. Hi, you're welcome.
Hello.
Please go on.
To install effective on that area, government to employ people that are young. That area needs the government to create employment in that area.
All right then. All right.
So that all parts of Port Harcourt, that the work will be because the work requires labor.
All right. All right.
Only government that is using 500 million. They add more money and employ people so that everyone will be there will be no complaint.
Okay. I just saw this text message that, I think really further portrays what I was talking about.
Okay.
It says, hello, my advice here is that the people should be taught waste segregation. Yes, time and days should be given when this waste should be brought out for the waste disposal company to come pick up. This is how it is done in the U.S. It says, here in the U.S., I have different waste disposal trash bins. And then that's how it works.
Exactly.
I mean, even without the trash cans or the trash bin, what we need is people to understand that you can't bag
everything,
hazardous waste, together with home
perishable
disposal.
Like your Gary or your Eba or something together.
All right. And then remember the second question. How do we get more people in the state to imbibe the culture of cleanliness, not disposing things at any place or any time, wherever they want? How do we teach people that? I mean, it's not just for the government and the agencies. How can you, as an individual, ensure that your neighbor or the person standing next to you is not as dirty or loiters the streets that belongs to you and them?
How do we also get some wealthy people to get involved in the business of waste disposal?
All right, 95.1 FM, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Professor Ekiti. I'm calling from the United States of America.
You're welcome, Ekiti. Please go on.
My sister, anybody that said that these people are not doing well, it is a big lie. I'm talking about my area. Because these people, they are doing well in Florida. Then we said that we are living in lawyer, we should check ourselves. For example, now you see somebody, if there is just small rain, come past our house now, you see that how our gutter is protected. Because small thing, they don't carry and put for nylon bag, throw inside the gutter.
So how do we stop people from doing that? How do we stop people from disposing just anywhere?
That's because this Nigeria, they first make law. They will make sure they embark on that law. But after some time, nobody will be even looking for that thing again. Because before, if they see you carry ordinary pure water, throw inside water for how long, there are particular people, there is a particular organization that they will arrest you at that particular time. But now nobody is even looking into that. So if they can go back to that particular thing, you will know that all the streets in Port Harcourt we need, but these people, they are trying. Because it comes to Alona, you cannot see any dirty.
All right, then. All right.
In the morning, you don't pass all. Thank you very much.
All right, so the agency is doing good, but they can do much better.
Definitely.
Oh dear, we lost that call. Keep your messages coming in to the number 0701 9339 962 and phone calls to the number 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. 95.1 FM.
Hello, Lady Wells. Greetings.
Good afternoon, Lawson.
Yes, good afternoon, Superman, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. I don't know how super I am.
Yes, I like the voice. That is the voice for radio, honestly.
Well, thank you so much. Go on straight then.
Yes, great voice. Believe me, I wish I had this kind of voice. Lady West.
Yes.
Seriously, Nigeria is a very funny country. Everything we need sensitization. You must sensitize them. Sweep your house, clean it, put your waste in a bag.
Lawson, that's exaggeration, please. Please.
No, that's something. Sometimes these are basic things. They are basic science. Clean your house. Bath your waste.
Do you separate your waste at home, Lawson?
The average Nigerian family don't know that yet. We have not developed to that point where we separate waste. And most Nigerian family put all their waste together, tie it up, and drop. We have not developed yet, so like the Western world, where they separate all of these things and recycle them.
All right. So how do we?
At least you said.
How do we now get people to know that? It's through sensitization. Just like the average family does not know, somebody has to tell them.
No, see, even the government, even the waste management team cannot do that for now because of our level of development. But at least the little one that we know, we are also not doing that as a people. You know, when you carry your waste and you throw it anyhow, it will collect somewhere. You could probably be blocking waterway, blocking gutter, or you understand, making the place look so bad. Then even the scavengers, they are Nigerians. Don't go when they are back, tie up the waste. Don't go open it, scatter it, and walk away. But no, government cannot continue. Even when last people was there, like your radio station, they keep the jingle was on and on. You keep your house clean, clear the grasses so that rodents won't come. Nigerians can't even do that. Okay, carry your waste, back it, tie it up, and drop. That one step. You look at even the COVID-19. How many sensitization government has carried out? Is anybody obeying it? Is anybody you don't need to enforce that like Bayelsa here, because most of them, any government has been talking is always on radio. They don't need to. So the sanitation authority, they have a police post, even a cell, a holding cell. Here when they arrest you, they go and lock you up here and they try you immediately. You understand? And then you either you pay a fine or you go to jail.
All right.
You must not enforce everything. It's basic thing. You need to sweep your house clean, tie your bag,
all right, Lawson,
and drop.
And Lawson, thank you so much.
Thank you for your contribution. 95.1 FM.
Hello,
good afternoon. What's your name and where you calling from?
Yes, my name is Engineer Victor. I'm calling from Rumolumu.
You're welcome. Please talk to us.
Yes, let me tell you what, like you are talking about these guys that are destroying this, scattering the bag, this waste bag. Majority of these boys that are doing this thing, like I saw them the other day, because I stayed in Rumolumu. Once it is around 7 o'clock, they will see that they will begin to come outside. They will use one iron that looks like L shape. They will use and tear the bag, tear it, and be picking. I don't know what they are looking. I drove some of them. I said, why are people behaving like this now? You see, because I'm a judge and they are not from this state. 30% of these boys are not announced. I am telling you the simple truth. I saw you to
the scavengers.
30% of these boys.
Who carried out the survey to check out what ethnic group the scavengers belong to?
Sometimes let's not spade a spade. Otherwise, we will not look.
What is the truth? You can't. That's what I'm asking you. Who carried out the survey?
Be a little bit specific so we can understand you.
Me personally, I have observed it within other judge and Rumolumu has it. I am telling you the simple truth.
All right then.
Until we say the truth, we will not move forward.
All right. So how do we stop? How do we stop the scavengers from?
Let the governor pass a bill that will stop all these things that they are doing in this state.
Okay. All right, good. Let the government pass a law.
95.1 FM.
Done great.
Good afternoon.
What I'm saying, I have my contribution.
Go on.
Regard to the issue on the ground. Just as last caller said, in my area, things are going normal. But this are issue of this, some of our brothers from the northern part. I observe them because they are common to do. When you bring all those things, they tear it. And if you just come my area this evening, you will see
So it's just common thing.
So how do we reduce their activities, especially coming into scatters?
You have to be able to adopt the system of the former previous administration, where
Which is?
they have some people gathering in David in order to make sure that all those things is well kept.
All right. So what about individuals, people who go about disposing waste any and everywhere?
I don't, in my area, I'm just talking in my area. But the only
I mean individuals, people who would just dump anything.
Disposition of waste. Yes.
Government has to arrest. You have to be able to enforce. Use, any way they can enforce it.
Okay.
That's the only thing.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
95.1 FM.
Hello,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Anesi, calling from the.
It's nice to have you. Please go on.
We are talking of Calabar, the way Calabar is. There is people at that time that Donald Joe was in power. I was in Calabar. It started from individuals. That, like, if you're in a bus, a public bus, and you drink pure water and you don't throw it outside, if even the passenger inside, you hear a slap from the back. So what you? People will slap you. People will, in fact, they will even know that maybe you are a visitor or you are not from there.
So it was a cautious effort by everyone.
Yes, every year, like what's happened I stay at Marine Base, but right now I'm at UPTA. What happened in my area this morning? We cleaned where I'm a couple of there is a place that we stay near the army checkpoint. We clean everywhere in the morning because we start our operations. But there is one shop around that the lady clean a shop and through the inside the quarter that we have just finished cleaning. And we laugh on that. So I personally say you must, because I know that the army is closed. That was the reason I reckon it like that anyway. The army will support me. I think you must stop and remove all these things. She was like, I will not do it. I said, I'm going to report. And if I report it to the army, they will force her to do that. And I know if the army is not staying close to us, I may not have that power because she's from Okrika, where I'm from Akwabom. I know that I would not have that power to do it. And why I read that like that, I know that the army will support me because around that our area at Marine Base, where we station, if you are passing by and you drop something, they ask you to pick it. And if you don't pick it, once we call the army, organization will happen. They will force you to sleep.
All right, thank you. That's just like what late Idiagbon introduced in Lagos, war against indiscipline.
All right, let's read some text messages, right? This one says, greetings to you guys. The issue around waste packaging, disposal and recycling revolves around inherent indiscipline and the propensity to do wrong things at all times. In River State, the waste management was or is a political patronage with little or no preparedness to deliver. Again, the way we are wired as people, we need to whip at our backs always to do the right thing. And that's coming from Friday Olu in Choba. Really sad. The same thing that Lawson pointed out, that people, there's some things you don't need to be told.
That's it. That's just it.
All right, this one says, good day, Wealth. Today, Riwama is being politicized. It is now a political appointment within party cronies. No vision in respect to waste management in River State. Well, to me, I separated my waste in different baggage before disposal, and it's only 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. in the evening. They are allowed for PH environs to dispose their waste. From Comrade Matthew Onisonogboen Samuel from Ikodi, Engeni in Ahoda West local government area. This one says, good afternoon. Some residents of PH would gather their waste and pour them in the middle of the road instead of tying them up before dumping. What is happening in PH is very sad. The government should set up a task force to monitor those ones who pour waste on the road.
And arrest them.
That's coming from Gabriel in PH. But I do think that it is our responsibility for us to care for our environment and health. And one of such is with the way that we go about disposing waste or discarding waste. The solutions are just right in our faces. Government will do their bit, the people do their part, and together we get it all right. Until tomorrow, do take care of yourself as today's Spotlight comes up next. Okay. Wealth Wilson here, Wisdom Obina, and
Jonathan Agunaji.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Let's talk football. Let's talk football.
What a devastating strike!
Football is a leisure game.
Sports is actually my job.
Football is boring.
That's not true. It's way more important than that.
What a wonderful goal! Fantastic strike!
As far as I'm concerned, sports is all about passion.
Sports Attack, weekdays 7:30 a.m. and today's Sports Live 3 p.m. Weekends 1 p.m. to 6 p.m.
For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95.1 FM.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
For the best coverage of Nigeria football, always listen to Today's Sport Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. My name is Austin Oladapo, the captain of two-time African champion Eyimba Football Club.
Here I come with my voice, here to win. It's my choice. You can dream. If you believe, give it all you've got. They are fast, I am fast.
A beautiful afternoon to you. Welcome to yet another fantastic edition of today's Sports Live, the Niger Football Edition, on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Wisdom Obina, and I'll be leading proceedings today, and make no mistake about it, the man who sits here most of the time when we talk basically Nigerian football on Tuesdays, the Odogu one of sports, Buruburu, Emeka Dena, joins us here for the... Okay, it's not the first time since, but Emeka, welcome to the show.
Superman, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to our teaming listeners out there. It's always a pleasure to be here. Nothing gives us joy more than talking Nigerian football on this platform. And like the fans already know, no other station does it better when it comes to coverage of the local scene as far as football is concerned here. We are here to do what we know how to do best.
All right, we'll be giving you a whole lot on the show. Tidbits from the Nigerian football scene. Around Nigerian footballers too, both home and abroad. We'll talk about Rivers United. Well, we got the info. 2 players were suspended yesterday. Theophilus Afeluhai and Ifeanyi Anemena. What could have been the reason, and what's the way going forward for Rivers United? We'll see if we can also connect possibly with the general manager of the side, Okekpaluku. We'll then review what we had, what happened in the Nigerian Professional Football League. Match day 13, where Rivers United suffered a 3-0 loss to Akwa United before we now got all those suspensions and what have you. We also had teams who smiled home at the end of the day. But we'll just look at that, give you our player of the week, and of course our team of the week for match day 13. Super Eagles that will travel to Benin Republic by sea. Some players are not happy with the development. Want to get your own thoughts. What do you make of it? They said the road is too bad, so they would have to use a boat to cross over to Benin Republic. We are expecting the list, the AFCON list, any moment from now, but some people already are feeling somehow. And do you think it might even be a problem? Do you think we'll see a case where some players will boycott that game? He's saying probably they can't, or they are not in for that method or that pattern of using the boat to get to Benin Republic. It's a loaded package. For the text message portal is 0701 9339 962. I'll take it again slowly. 0701 9339 962. Start sending in your text messages and your thoughts, even as we continue in our programming now. But quickly first, on Twitter, join us. It's at Today FM 951. That is at Today FM 951. Send in your thoughts. Emeka Dena is here. His handle is at Dena Emeka, at Dena Emeka. Do well to copy me too. My handle is at wisdom_OB. That's at wisdom_OB. And I'll be reading your tweets real time here on the show. The phone lines would also be open in due time for you to air your opinions live here on the show.
Feel the magic in the air. Feel the magic in the air.
Feel the magic in the air. Magic system. Everyone, show key.
All right, and we start off with the tidbits, and we hope this man will find some magic to salvo, maybe somehow salvage the season, his very first season in Napoli. Victor Osimhen is reportedly still on the mend and has been rated as doubtful for Napoli's upcoming Serie A clash against Sassuolo. La Repubblica, via Football Italia, says the Nigerian national teamer will not travel with Napoli to the Mapei Stadium as he still struggles after the head injury he suffered towards the end of the 4-2 defeat they suffered last week. The good news is that Osimhen partially trained on Saturday, February 27th. He underwent a personalized program in the gym and on the pitch. The 22-year-old's career at Napoli has not gone according to plan as a result of fitness and coronavirus-related issues. Osimhen has missed more than half of the matches played by the Blues this season. Emeka, not as bad as expected, but he will miss some more games.
He has missed so many matches already this season due to so many different reasons, as it were. I mean, we know the case of the shoulder injury he sustained earlier. Came back to Nigeria to celebrate his birthday, violated the coronavirus restriction protocols, and eventually contacted the virus, meaning he stayed out of the team for some time. And on coming back, played for Nigeria and had injury, came back again. Lots of injuries and lots of issues. First season in Napoli has not been what we expected from Victor Osimhen. But that being said, even the club, they are not in a good place. If you look at the table out there in Serie A, they are currently 6th on the log, outside the Champions League position, even outside the Europa League position, as a matter of fact. And they really need goals at this point to eventually start winning. They were knocked out by Granada in the Europa League, and not a good one for them. They have to look for goals and all that. It won't be coming from Osimhen just yet. The other players there should be able to do the magic for them, but somehow Osimhen's first season in Napoli has not gone down well at all. This is not what we look forward to. This is not what Napoli envisaged when they slashed a whooping 70 million euros for the man. He's the most expensive African player.
All right, Emeka, but you think can still salvage something out of this season?
The season is almost gone, honestly. About 14 more matches to the end of the season. He will miss a few more matches. He comes back, have 10 to 12 matches to play before the season comes to an end. You don't know the
barring
kind of form.
Yes,
exactly. Barring further injuries. What sort of form is he coming into the team with, having stayed away for a very long time? He has only scored 2 goals, if my memory serves me right, since he joined the club. You don't buy a player for 70 million euros. Yes, and score and get 2 goals from the player in a season. That's not a good return for a striker that commanded such a transfer fee. But that being said, we know the reasons he has not been scoring. Maybe the injuries and coronavirus and all those issues. Hopefully he'll be able to salvage something, but time is fast spent already. That's my fear for him. That player out of Europe, the club is not in a very good place right now. So perhaps we're looking at next season right now for Victor Osimhen.
Former Manchester United striker Odion Igalo scored a first half brace as Al Shabab defeated Damak 2-1 in a Saudi Arabian Professional League match at the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Sports City Stadium on Monday afternoon. The 2019 Africa Cup of Nations top scorer opened the scoring when he powered a downward header past the goalkeeper after a brilliant cross into the box from left-back Abdullah Al-Zohari in the 12th minute. Damak replied 8 minutes later as Emilio Zelaya scored with a header of his own to make it 1-1. 6 minutes before halftime, Igalo scored what proved to be the winning goal, guiding a header beyond the reach of Zegba after a fine delivery from Fabio Martins. The number 89 has now been involved in 4 goals, 3 goals and 1 assist in 5 appearances since making his debut for Al Shabab. Emeka Igalo still firing on all cylinders. Expectedly, right?
Yeah, expectedly in the league. he eventually find himself right now the Saudi Arabia League, not the strongest in the world.
Yeah.
We also saw him did very well when he was in China with Shanghai Shenhua and the other club, Yatai Yifang right there. But going over to England, he managed less than 10 goals in his 1 year loan deal at Manchester United. And maybe he didn't see too much playing time under the manager who wasn't a big fan of him, as it were. But he has gone to Saudi Arabia for that big money move to Al Shabab. He has hit the ground running already. 3 goals in 5 matches, plus a couple of assists as well. Brilliant for Odion Igalo. I mean, he's not the best league in the world, not the strongest of league. Players who are their prime, who are doing very well, high quality players, don't go to Saudi Arabia, they don't go to China, they play football in mainstream Europe. But Igalo has paid his dues even in mainstream Europe, in Serie A, in the La Liga, in England with Watford, where he even returned 16 goals in 1 season. So I think he's gradually winding down his career and still scoring at that level. A good one for him.
Emeka, Igalo to Super Eagles, is this something that will happen soon?
It depends on Igalo. General says the door is open for Igalo to return to the team. Igalo has to make that decision. He retired after the AFCON in 2019. He ended up as the tournament's top scorer with 5 goals. He was even the leading scorer, the top scorer going to the qualifiers. After the tournament, he decided to hang his boots internationally. But recently we played that interview here. Ross says the door is open for him if he plays regularly and scores. That's what he's doing right now in Al Shabab in Saudi Arabia. That's he will always welcome him because he comes with a whole lot of experience. The younger ones in the team are not even firing on all cylinders. Look at Victor Osimhen. We are talking about him. He might not even be fit for the match later this month. And I mean, he can't bank on Paul Onuachu anytime, any day. No way. He doesn't deliver at international level. He does that at club level. So the door is open for Igalo. He has to make that decision. But I doubt if he wants to come back after all he passed through playing for the Super Eagles. Recall that after the World Cup in 2018, where he did not really live up to expectation, especially the game against I think was it Argentina against yes. I mean, he received death threats on social media.
To score.
Received death threats on social media, and himself and his family and all that, and he wouldn't want to go through all that. This guy's he was well informed before he took that decision. I doubt if he want to come out of retirement at this point. He can recall what's his name, Victor Moses. Retired at the age of 27, and the likes. They don't usually come back. But let's see what happens for Igalo. Yeah.
Let's qualify for the Nations Cup first. Nigerian Professional Football League side Adamawa United have found themselves in a precarious situation following the leadership tussle in the club. The crisis took a new twist after the club's chairman, Emmanuel Zira, was suspended by the state's sports commissioner, Sanusi Farouk, with Abdullahi Abdulkader appointed as acting chairman. Zira, in an interview with The Punch on February 15, 2021, had alleged that Farouk had sidelined him and taken over his job as head of the club. Speaking yesterday, Zira insisted that he remained the club's chairman, adding that the commissioner didn't have the powers to suspend him. Quoting him, he said, "I am still the chairman of Adamawa United and we are moving back to the government house, though they are still working on it. I think by Tuesday, that's today, the governor will make the pronouncement. The commissioner doesn't have the capacity to suspend. People are just being misinformed. The fact that you are fighting with someone doesn't mean you are adjudicate the power that does not belong to you, to yourself. It is only the governor that can sack me. We are hoping that everything will be resolved because the governor has taken a decision. He has asked me to stop reporting to the ministry but directly report to his office. And we're only waiting for the modalities. In the coming days, the news will come out as regards the real structure of how Adamawa United is going to be." Emeka, when I saw this story,
here we go again.
I just had one thing in my mind. Should we blame this rancor for the poor performance of Adamawa United from last season up until now?
No, I don't think that is the case. Even though it could play a part in it, but Adamawa United are a very poor side, to say the least. We saw them last season, not even this time. Last season, they were also battling relegation before the league was aborted due to the coronavirus, pandemic and what have you. And this season, they didn't start well too. Before the season even started, I had a chat with the sporting director, Ladan Boso. He's actually the sporting director. Yeah. He's not the coach. He's actually the sporting director. And he told me that the highest paid player in that club was earning 80,000 naira at the time. And he said no.
When teams that came up,
and they had over 40 players in the team. He even advised them to reduce the number of players so they could increase the salaries of these players. At the end of the day, Adamawa United are in a very precarious position financially as well, and it has affected recruitment of players. Nobody wants to play for a club that pays 80,000 naira and you'll be owed for 3 months. You'll be owed for 3 months, 4 months. Some clubs are paying 1 million naira to their players in this. Rivers United, some players are in 800, 900. You know, aging by the same thing. Some of these big clubs, so you can't challenge with this these teams because they have more quality. The quality players will go to clubs that pay higher. Is the football? The name of the game is money. The players want where they will be paid more. You know, that's what they want. And Adamawa United cannot attract quality players, and little wonder they are struggling. Yes, of late in the last 2 matches they've been impressive. A win against Lobby and they draw against Sunshine away from home. You know, put them in good stead. But of course, they're still bottom of the table with 7 points. Just 1 win in 13 matches so far this season. Not a good one at all for Adamawa United. It is not down to the leadership tussle at the club. Emmanuel Zira has been there for some time. Even though he's having issues with the commissioner for sports in Adamawa State, I don't think it's down to it as it were. At the end of the day, I mean, look at the table. Look at what they did last season.
Any chance of them staying off this season?
No. It will be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for Adamawa United to retain their MPFS spot this season.
All right. Moving on. I know we touched this one in the course of the weekend. Now, Vandresa FC announcing the departure of Brazilian coach Rafael Everton and midfielder Aberico da Silva. Now, Everton, who signed a new contract before the commencement of the new Nigerian National League season, is living with his assistant, who is also his father, Jose Israel De Lira. The club statement reads, VFC hereby announced that Rafael Everton has departed the club. Emeka Vandresa loses Everton. It looks like it's one hurdle too many for Vandresa now. Losing Everton, Aberico. It seems when Everton is going, Aberico da Silva would always follow him.
Yes, it looks like he's the one that has a hand in managing the player. So, they always work together from Ifan Yoba to Abia Warriors, Aqua United. And Vandresa, the last club. And from what we gathered, Rafael Everton has gotten a club somewhere, and he's also going with Aberico da Silva. So you want to look at that union between these two guys. It's looking like one made for the ages. Every other time, that the man moves, he goes with Aberico da Silva. So, but it's a big surprise because before the season even started, he renewed his contract with Vandresa FC. He signed a 1-year contract extension at the club. Less than 2 months into the new deal, the man has decided to leave the club by mutual consent. Himself and his father, who is his assistant. That's very, very ironical. Your father, you're assisting. Your father should be assisting your father, not the other way around. And Rafael Everton is less than 35 years. He's one of the youngest managers we have in the land here. And you have his father assisting him. You begin to wonder how well he knows the job that his father will not be his assistant. But that being said, I don't think it's too much of a problem for Vandresa FC. They have appointed an interim manager in the absence of Rafael Everton. So let's see what they are able to do. I think they started well already. I don't think they have lost a match this season. Just 2-3 matches played in the NNL. So maybe not too much to worry about. Last season they couldn't do much due to the pandemic. They played only 3 matches and the season was aborted. This time around they have started. Let's see how far they can go.
All right, that'll be all on tidbits. Let's quickly now move into the big stories, starting with Rivers United. Well, I don't know how united they are at the moment, especially the
Superman. They're not as united as they sound in that song.
Exactly, because Rivers United yesterday announced the indefinite suspension of Theophilus Afelukai and Ifeanyi Anemena for what the club describes as unethical and unprofessional sportsman conduct. Now, both players got the hook after Rivers United were thumped 3-0 by Aqua United at the weekend in an MPFL match. A statement on the club's Twitter on Monday, March 1, confirmed the decision. The management of Rivers United has handed Theophilus Afelukai and Ifeanyi Anemena an indefinite suspension for unethical and unprofessional sportsman conduct. Now, interestingly, Afelukai and Anemena joined the Rivers State-owned outfit from Enyimba last year. Emeka, while we look at crossing over to hear from the general manager of the side, what will be responsible for, or what could be responsible for these suspensions?
Well, I don't know if you've seen a video clip of this Aqua United second goal in that 3-0 routing of Rivers United on Sunday, where Theophilus Afiloka himself and Ifeanyi Anemena, he had the ball, passed the ball to Anemena back to him. In the process of passing back to Theophilus Afiloka, an Aqua United player intercepted and collected the ball from Theophilus Afiloka and eventually scored the second goal. So from what I gathered, the Rivers United team, they are suspecting both players of foul play, of selling out, in that encounter. The way and manner they considered that goal leaves much to be desired from the management of the Rivers United. That's why they, suspended them indefinitely, and they are investigating, further about that matter, whether they actually, received any kind of inducement from Aqua United to do what they did there. But come on, goalkeepers make mistakes. Defenders also make mistakes.
I saw the clip.
Yes.
And it's not something we've not seen before.
Yes,
something that happens even in the Premier
League.
Exactly.
David De Gea for one, always full of those crazy mistakes. Kepa Arrizabalaga, Chelsea spent over 70 million pounds to get him from Athletic Bilbao, but today he's a bench warmer at Chelsea because of his numerous mistakes in goal for Chelsea. It happens, So personally, I don't think it was big enough to go into investigation or even suspending those two players. These are high-profile players, yes. And another thing I gathered is that these players, because of their exit from the CAF Confederation Cup, somehow, it looks like the aim of coming to the Rivers United has been defeated already because they didn't leave Enyimba to come to Port Harcourt to play MPFL football. Enyimba was giving them CAF competitions year in, year out. They were also playing league, winning titles and what have you. So they wanted something like that too here. And Enyimba has knocked them out of the CAF Confederation Cup. So the morale of the team is down. Not just these two players. The senior players, the golden Agodas of this world. Remember, Agoda was leading scorer going into the last match, the last match against Enyimba with 5 goals in 4 matches before they were eventually knocked out. Those kind of players will need a lot of psychological rejigging for them to come back to their best, and that's what is happening to the team right now. So it's not just Anemena, it's not just Theophilus Afilokai. Generally, the team's morale is low. Remember, immediately after losing to Enyimba via penalties, over a week ago, they were beaten by lowly Warriors. As if that was not enough. On Sunday, they were trashed by Aqua United. We know Rivers United with all the quality in their ranks, and with the manager himself. Goma has paid his dues in this league for more than 12 years he has been doing this.
Very true.
He's very experienced. I don't, it was, very, very unexpected of the team to lose in that manner to Aqua United. Even though, from what I gathered, they did well in the first 45 minutes of the encounter, but at the end of the day, they eventually lost 3-0. And here we have Anemena and Afilokai, being suspended indefinitely. Not a good one at all, if you ask me. It's not good for team unity. It's not good for team spirit. They're playing Plateau United tomorrow in Jos. It could be 3 defeats in a row for them tomorrow because even this Anemena is not there, Feloka is not there. Yes, they have Abiondo Akonde, they have Ospino Egbe in also goalkeepers. But come on, we know what these two players bring to the table. Gordon Agoda could also be missing. Some of the key players, the senior team players, in that side, will be missing tomorrow when they take on Plateau United. So it's not good for the team spirit, and I don't see. Personally, I'm wondering. So Anemena, for instance, Feloka, for instance, earns over ₦1 million monthly as a Rivers United player. Anemena is somewhere close to that figure as well on a monthly basis. I'm wondering how much Aqua United people will give him for 3 points to concede. I don't think that was really the case from the players. This, like you pointed out earlier, these errors happen even at World Cup level.
Yeah,
it happens everywhere.
It happens. You pass the ball to a defender.
Exactly.
The defender tries to pass back, and
we have seen it severally. We have even seen a goalkeeper. He wants to clear the ball. He makes a mistake. He passes it straight to the opponent, and the opponent scores. Football goes on. That is it. It wasn't intentional, but it happens. The chances that such errors could happen at that level. So I don't think. I think it was out of place for the management of Rivers United to, eventually place these two guys on indefinite suspension. Except there's something else they are not telling us regarding this matter.
All right, Emeka, like you mentioned, it's like it looks like it's a very wrong time for suspensions right there. But while we continue to wonder how these things are happening, I'm beginning to wonder what we should be expecting from a Rivers United without Ifeanyi Anemena and Theophilus Afeluha, especially knowing for a fact that they are no longer on the continent and they're also struggling for form in the league.
Yes, exactly.
Now, without Anemena
they were
and
first at some point in the league. Today, yes, we will say they have 2 outstanding matches, but they are currently 8 on the log right now with just 18 points.
And you have teams like Kwara United who are not even taking no for an answer, who are pushing. They are not on the continent. They don't even have any business for on the continent now. All they are thinking about is how to qualify, win well, or maybe finish in the top 2 positions and qualify for the continent. And if Anemena is not there, Afelokai is not there, you start asking yourself, would Rivers United exactly be the same Rivers United that we're expecting to go all the way this season? Now, make no mistake about it. These 2 players are some of the most experienced players in the Rivers United squad. Anemena and Afelokai were with Enyimba when they tasted the league title the last time. They were with Enyimba when they traveled to the continent.
They reached the semi-finals of the CAF
Exactly.
2018.
Very
Last year,
experienced
they were also
players.
in the quarterfinals
They
of
were
the same
also on the
competition.
continent. Very experienced defender, very experienced goalkeeper. Don't forget, people were clamoring for Afelokai to come to the
is a
Super
league
Eagles.
champion with Enyimba and Kano Pillars.
Exactly.
He won several times. It was part of the Kano Pillars team that won 3 in a row.
You can imagine.
You know, from 2012 to 2014 before moving to Enyimba. So, you know, these are marquee players, so to say. So it takes a lot to manage them, you know, to manage their ego and what have you. They came to Rivers United to play continental football. Rivers United are out of the continent, and things are no longer well with them, as it were.
But what would be the way forward now, Mecca, at this point, with the way things are currently, before we go for the news in 60? What do you think would be the best way forward to get this Rivers? Because what's happening to them, like you said, it seems like that loss broke their spirit.
Definitely.
Somehow.
Definitely.
It's not like they don't have that same quality. You mentioned Godwin Aguda, Theophilus Afilo, Ifeanyi and Emena. The fine players we had
Fortunate money
the team is so good that Azubike Gweke sits on the bench.
Has no place in that team. Kunle Odunlame struggles to even play football there. Former World Cup player.
Even the coach, the captain of the side, first to sustain.
He doesn't see action again these days.
Playing time. Emeka, what do we do to get our Rivers United side back on track? At least to keep their mentality back on that same pedestal that we saw them with, where they stood. When
Superman,
we started the season.
the club should bring in a psychologist at this point.
Okay.
Bring in a psychologist to talk to the players. You know, you can get back to the continent by qualifying through league. You know, all you need to do is to finish in the first 3 positions, and you're back to the continent. First 2 will give you Champions League. If you finish 3rd, you go to the Confederation Cup. If you even win the ITU Cup later this year, you also go to the Confederation Cup. So they need a psychologist to talk to them. I understand the impact.
The governor had promised them.
Yes,
I remember that promise.
Promised to change their lives.
Hey.
The governor promised to change their lives.
You had a chance to change your life.
If they win the CAF Confederation Cup, the governor promised to change their lives. Remember, it was 20 million naira. Make that 22.
Exactly.
If you add the 2 million naira coming from Bro Felix Obua, if they beat Enyimba, it didn't happen. You know, imagine what would have happened to these boys. Imagine what the governor would have done to them, if they had beaten Enyimba via penalties here, over a week ago to advance to the group stage.
Really
it would have been a merry-go-round.
Really
So they look back and say, look at what we just missed. It dampens their morale. And these guys came. A lot of them came to Rivers United because they wanted continental football.
Exactly.
Yes, Rivers United bought them too for that reason.
The project
because
was
they know that
really good.
Exactly.
They'll tell you how good that is coming.
What are we talking about?
Austin
Oladapo almost joined this club. The Enyimba captain. They nearly prized him away from Enyimba. You know. Destiny Ashadi was very brilliant for Katsina United last season. He has even hardly played football for Rivers United. He joined Rivers United. Big money acquisitions from here and there. Bobby Clement, league winner with Rangers, himself and Godwin Aguda, in 2016. They are all here. You understand? They both who is who in Nigerian football? Aguda, Afelokai and Anemena, the biggest of them all. It was a massive coup for this guy. They even wanted to buy Stanley Dimba before he moved to South Africa, Stellenbosch. The Rivers United were ready for the continent. That was why they went all the way to get some of these finest players in the league, and here we are. They didn't make it to the group stage, and the boys things are falling apart right now. So very, very sad one. I've been trying to get across to the general manager of the side, Paluku. He's not taking his course. Did speak with him earlier. He promised to talk to us, but unfortunately he's not been taking his course. But come on, it's obvious all is not well with the club at the moment. That is not good, and it could even land the club into further trouble, in the league. They are playing Plateau United. Plateau United are a very decent side.
Tomorrow.
I saw Plateau United in Aba against Enyimba. Enyimba labored to win 2-1 against Plateau United. It's not going to be easy. We've seen them lose to Warri Wolves and Akwa United already. Plateau United are capable of beating Rivers United, hands down. We saw what they did to Enyimba last season. It's still the same manager. 4-0 against Enyimba last season, and that led to the sack of Usman Abdallah. There could be another big win for Plateau United tomorrow against Rivers United.
All right, we'll get more of Emeka's thoughts concerning that game when we talk about the Nigerian Professional Football League. Meanwhile, I see your text messages already. Please keep sending them. I'll try my best to see that I read every one of them. 0701933962. That doubles as our WhatsApp portal. Do send in your text concerning what we've talked about so far, and I'll be reading in real time here on the show. For now, let's go for the news in 60. Once we return, more on the Nigerian Professional Football League and, of course, the Super Eagles.
Today's news in 60.
Health practitioner Bayomi Ajayi has said that whoever undergoes in vitro fertilization (IVF) to boost their chance of conception is not at any increased risk of developing breast or cervical cancer. The specialist noted that IVF, which has been used for decades, has a safe track record. The federal government has said it plans to vaccinate 70% of the Nigerian population before the end of 2022. The Nigerian Medical Association and the National Association of Resident Doctors have urged the federal government not to politicize the COVID-19 vaccination. The Medical Association advised the government to ensure that the vaccine gets to the people that need it rather than politicians that can afford it. And on the foreign scene, a top health official in the United States has warned that the spread of the highly contagious coronavirus variant is threatening to fuel a potential fourth surge of cases in the U.S. The head of the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, said that she was concerned by COVID-19 data, saying about 70,000 new cases a day had been recorded last week.
Today's news in 60. 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Feel the magic in the air.
Feel the magic in the air.
All right, welcome back. It's to your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, and it's still Today Sports Live with Emeka Dena and Wisdom Obinna here in the building. Well, we did talk about some tidbits earlier, both on Victor Osimhen, Udion Igalo, Adama United. Before we moved on to talk about even the NNL side now, Vandresa. But Rivers United was big on the menu. The indefinite suspension of Theophilus Afeluhai and Ifeanyi Nemena. What does it mean for the team going forward? Like I said, send in your text messages 0701 9339962. But let's move on now and talk about the MPFL, where we had match day 13 games. And of course, we also had a game yesterday, while we are also anticipating for games that will take place later on tomorrow.
We are great, we are born winners, shining bright like a star. The gift of God to Africa, FC Ifeanyi, united we stand, hand in hand, bringing glory to our land.
All right, to the Nigerian Professional Football League. Let's start off with Rangers, who, of course, had made it now an impressive 5-game unbeaten run as the Flying Antelope secured a comfortable 2-0 victory in the Oriental Derby at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium on match day 13 of the 2020-2021 Nigerian Professional Football League season. An early Isaac Lute strike and another by Gospel Aniefiok on the stroke of halftime gave Rangers the win and moved them up to third on the log. Coach Salisu Yusuf of Rangers was happy with the 3 points secured.
It was very tough, but we took some chances and we lose some chances. I think we were supposed to do more than what we have scored. But it's football, we created the chances and we couldn't execute it well. But we thank God with the 2 goals and the 3 points. I think we are still progressing. is a good 3 point because it stabilized the opposition for now.
Despite the defeat, Fidelis Ilechukwu, coach of Heartland, is still confident with his team.
It's football. Rangers, big team. They reach quality today, but I think there are some things we need to take home and work on. It's a private something. I think we are getting better. This is not Heartland of last month, not Heartland of last 2 months. You can see the Heartland are better, but I don't know why Rangers are stopping unbeaten. Here, Kwara, end it here. We end it here. We can still pick it up. That's football.
Elsewhere, Mfonudor was on target as 5th placed Akwa United followed up their impressive draw at Enyimba with a 3-0 thrashing of Rivers United, who dropped to 8th. Udor's goal, assisted by Seth Mayi, was the curtain raiser 5 minutes before the break, before Charles Shimene added the second 10 minutes after the break. Maurice Chukwu completed the routing a minute from time. Very painful right there for Rivers United. And that's where we then got to hear that Mifanya Nemena and Theophilus Afelu had been suspended. Reasons being that they are suspecting some foul play. And I saw that goal. Emeka tried to explain earlier. It looked somehow, but it's a mistake that happens every now and then. Now, meanwhile, former champions Enyimba were held to a goalless draw by Jigawa Golden Stars. And coach of this side, Fatai Osho, expressed satisfaction with the point on the road.
A point gain on the road, looking at the state of this pitch. I mean, I would give a lot of big kudos to them because we couldn't function the way we want to function. They have to improvise a lot. The lot of energy were used. We tried my possible to see how we can put these bodies together. We couldn't get into a rhythm at all. And the opponent now is like they are used to this type of pitch. They look a bit comfortable than we are. And for us to have grind out this draw, it's truly something we have to give to the both players.
Feel the magic in the air. Feel the magic in the air.
All right, a quick look at all the results. Now, Abia Warriors did beat Wiki Tourists 1-0. Kwara United beats Warri Wolves 2-0. FC Ifeanyi, they played at a goalless draw. We play 2 United in Inewi. Akwa United are the nest of champions. Did demolish Rivers United 3-0. And Jigawa Golden Stars made sure it was not easy at all for Enyimba. Goalless, it ended in that particular one. Sunshine Stars could not outshine Adamawa United. It ended goalless also right there in Akure. Dakada FC came back from 2-0 down to beat Kanu Pillars 3-2 in a very, very exciting MPFL encounter, I tell you. And Lobi Stars did beat Katsina United 2-1 and relied on a late equalizer to actually beat the Katsina side. MFM beat Nasarawa United 1-0 yesterday. And what does the table look like at the moment? Kwara United are on top with 25 points from 13 matches played. Kanu Pillars are second with 23 points from 12 games. Rangers are third with 23 points. And Enyimba are fourth with 23 points from 11 games played. That's with 2 matches in hand. For the
we actually play one of them tomorrow. I guess what it was.
Same with Rivers United. And for the bottom sides, it's Katsina United, who have got 14 points from 13 matches. FC Ifeanyi 18 with 13 points from 13 games. It means an average of 1 point per game. Warri Wolves with 12 points from 12 games. Adamawa United 7 points from 13. Their own worst pass. But for the games to expect tomorrow, like Mecca said, Plateau United would host Rivers United. Warri Wolves would host Enyimba. And Dakada FC would host Wiki Tourists. Emeka first, Kwara United returns to the top again. Before we talk about our player of the week and team of the week, Kwara United returns to the top again. They remain the team to beat at the moment. Any arguments as to them being the team to beat in the MPFL?
I think they've earned their place at the top of the table. It's no mean feat at all. At some point they were on this 8th match unbeaten run that was ended by Rangers in Enugu. Abdullahi before side, their decent side. They called that on the first day of the
very smart
season.
coach.
Yes, I mean
a man who travels abroad most
exactly
times
for refresher courses and what have you. He has coached Abia Warriors, Katsina United, and now he's with Kwara United. Recall that their first match of the season was very impressive. They did beat Plateau United 2-0. Plateau United at that point were still suffering from the lethargy of being knocked out by Simba from the CAF Champions League. So they have done quite well. The veteran goalkeeper Dela Yenugba is still with that side. He has kept no fewer than 5-6 clean sheets already this season.
Exactly, winning man of the match performances at different
Jide
games.
Fatokun is there, Michael Ohano is there in the second stint. Brilliant side, I tell you. And they've done quite well so far, so good. But I will still not put my money on them to win the title. They are not amongst my top 3. I will go for the traditional side. But having said that, I think they deserve where they are right now. I mean, it's not by stroke of luck or anything.
Emeka, you know say you don't do us longer truth like this. Tell us that your top 3 now.
I've said it before.
Who? Enyimba must be there now.
Why? Enyimba are perennial contenders for the title. They are not pretenders. They are usually contenders for the title. You know, Enyimba, Kano Pillars. Then the other team will now come from Rangers or Rivers United.
He didn't add Aqua United.
No, they are pretenders. They don't keep the promises. They don't keep the promises.
Aqua United winning Rivers United.
Ironically, their nickname is the Promise Keepers. But most times they don't keep the promise.
And they like making those promises. But
now, come to think of it, Superman, talking about them not keeping the promise. 2017, they won the ITO Cup in Lagos, beating Niger Tornadoes. Till date, the money the governor promised the players, he hasn't given to them. 20 million naira that he promised the team for winning the ITO Cup. 4 years down the line, he hasn't fulfilled that promise. So you see, they don't keep their promises.
They don't keep promises at all. Well, which result impressed you the most?
It has to be Dakada FC Superman.
Wow.
You know, you don't come from 2 goals down against Kano Pillars to eventually win a match. Kano Pillars led 2-0 at some point at the Gospel Akpabio International Stadium on Saturday. But somehow Dakada FC bounced back, you know, to eventually. Okay, was it on Saturday? Yeah, it was Saturday.
It was on Saturday.
On Sunday.
On Sunday. It was just one game we had on Saturday.
Yes, exactly. No, Dakada FC came from behind to eventually win that one, 3-2. Impressive performance from the new boys. I will still call them the new boys. They only made their debut in the league last season. So for me, that was the most impressive result. Another one that will follow it will be the Whipping Boys at Adamawa United. Surprised us all. Back-to-back decent results now for them. As if beating Lobby Stars, was not enough. They will travel to Akure. A very difficult ground to get a draw against Sunshine Stars. Goalless ended there. I mean, look at all the trouble around Adamawa United. You know, negative publicity for them, the leadership tussle between the chairman and the commissioner for sports and what have you. You know, poor remuneration and all that. They still were able to, summon the courage to get a decent result. A good one for them. I think they also impressed me very well at the weekend. Then Aqua United, who humiliated Rivers United.
Rivers United properly, 3-0. Well, with that, let me just give us who our club of the week would be. No arguments now. Adamawa United, who went as far as Akure to get a point from Sunshine Stars. Sunshine Stars are a side I respect a lot. They score lots of goals, even if they concede lots of goals too at times. But let's just give it up for Adamawa United. They might not be in the best of positions, but they were the...
What a result they had, yeah.
Exactly, going away to get a draw at Adamawa United.
At Sunshine Stars.
At Sunshine Stars, I beg your pardon. All right, and for our player of the week, well, something happened in Makurdi. Lobby Stars did score. An equalizer happened from Katsina United, and it took one man. He was brought in as a substitute, Samuel Matthias, and he gave them that winner in the 94th minute. Well, Samuel Matthias, would have said maybe the coach for that smart substitution. Brought 3 of them, 2 of them combined beautifully for that particular one. But Samuel Matthias would be going home this week as the player of the week. All right, coming up from the bench to actually help his team get all 3 points right there. Well, moving on now, talking about the games to expect tomorrow. Quickly, Emeka, the biggest of them has to be Rivers United going to face Plateau United. I know it's not very well with the team right there. That's the Rivers United side.
No, not at all.
But the Plateau United side, they've not been too good this season. For you to say Rivers United cannot go there and maybe surprise everybody and get all 3 points or possibly a point from them?
Well, they've not been too good. Neither have they been too bad this season. I mean, at the weekend, they were able to get a draw in Inewi against
FC
Fayoba. Goalless draw, it ended. That's 1 point on the road. So if you're able to get a result away from home, going back home, you have that confidence that if I can do it away from home, then I can as well get maximum points against a struggling Rivers United right now. They're on a run of 2 consecutive defeats. So the confidence level is high. Abdul Mekaba has worked in Port Harcourt before, with the Sharks back then. He's widely traveled as an assistant coach, worked with the Imba and all that. Very experienced, plays good brand of football. I saw them in Aba, like I said earlier, against Imba. Imba dominated the first 45 minutes, but the second half was all about Plateau United, and they even got a goal to make that match 2-1. They narrowly lost that one, as it were. So I think they have what it takes to beat Rivers United. Mustafa Ibrahim is back to the team and he's scoring goals. He had a spell abroad. He's back into the team. He's scoring goals. The likes of Jesse Akila, they still have some brilliant names, in their fold, and I think
they're not doing well on the table.
Yeah, they're
just
not doing
15
well
points from 12
but
games.
Here is the thing, Superman. If they beat Rivers United tomorrow, they are 16th on the table, right?
Yeah.
But they will go above Rivers United, who are 8th on the table. Just look at the table.
Early days.
Superman,
very funny.
Plateau United have got in 16th position. They have got
15
points. They
games.
win, they will go to 18 points. Depending on the number of goals with which they win, even if it is 1-0, they will have a +5 goal difference with 18 points. Rivers United are 8th on the log and they have a +3 goal difference. So they will be above Rivers United on 8th position at least. So I think it's something they will be looking at seriously tomorrow, and could be more trouble for Rivers United.
Enyimba will collect for worry. Say Rivers United go there collect.
Collect one, yes.
Will Enyimba be able to get something?
Ironically, both Enyimba and Rivers United have not won a game since their exit from the CAF, since they played in the CAF Confederation Cup. Enyimba drew back-to-back games against Aqua United and away from home against Jigawa Golden Stars. Against Warriors, who are battling for their lives. Superman, they are in the relegation zone, 19th on the table. A win tomorrow will not even take them out of the relegation zone. That's how bad it is for the Warriors side. So they will be going all out against Enyimba. I fear for Enyimba, but it's people elephants. They have what it takes anytime, any day. Good pitch, fair officiating. Enyimba can beat Warriors right there. But let's see how it pans out. I will not stick at my neck because of the position of Warriors and how badly they need the result tomorrow.
All right. Lastly, now Wiki Tories Dakada at the home side.
Dakada at the home side. If you're able to come from 2 goals down
against
to
Kano Pillars,
then,
brothers,
you somehow you have the courage.
But you don't play with Usman Abdallah.
Yeah, he has gotten a result there already this season. He held Aqua United to a draw earlier this season, right there in Uyo. So it just like you said, he's equally very experienced, former Enyimba coach, now in charge of Wiki Tories, brilliant one. We know the reason for this fixture. Of course, when Plateau United, Wiki Tories were traveling for this fixture earlier, there was the match, the 11th fixture. Their boss was gutted by fire, and they have to shift this one. Let's see how it pans out. But I think Dakada FC have shown a lot of promise, and I think they'll be able to get it right tomorrow against Wiki.
All right, quickly to the camp of the Super Eagles. All right, some Super Eagles players have expressed concern over the team's proposed trip by sea to Benin Republic for this month's 2021 Africa Cup of Nations qualifier against the Squirrels. Eagles coach Gernot Roy explained that the poor road network was the major reason for the decision to travel by sea. Quoting him, he said, because the road is not good between Lagos and Cotonou, we will have to travel for the match on a boat because of the crossing only lasts 2 hours instead of many hours on the poor roads. One of the Eagles stars, who is based in Turkey, said the arrangement was weird, but hoped it was safe to sail to Cotonou by sea. Quoting him, he said, I don't know why that's the NFF, have chosen to go by sea to Cotonou for this game. The player, who spoke on condition of anonymity, said, I hope they have put into consideration the risk and safety involved traveling by sea. Emeka, quickly, do you by any way see this as a challenge that could affect the national team by any way?
Yeah, if the players decide to boycott the fixture because of the traveling arrangement, then it will definitely have an impact on what the team do, depending on who is missing. Some key players like Wilfred Ndidi, maybe Samuel Chukwueze, who is back playing now, and a few others. What's his name? The man at Watford. Trustekong decide to pull out because of the arrangement, then it could affect what we do on the field of play against Benin Republic. Benin Republic, they're a difficult side, so I think we should take that game very serious. And at the end of the day, I hope that is not eventually the case. I hope these guys will eventually understand with the NFF, the need for them to travel by sea. The coach seemed to have given credence to the fact that they will be traveling by sea, and himself is not. He's okay with it, but with the players be okay with that arrangement as well. I mean, these guys are used to traveling by road at worst or flying, so they're not used to traveling by sea. But let's see how it pans out. They say it's a 2-hour journey. I've traveled by sea before from Port Harcourt to Bonny in 2 different occasions, but an hour journey is usually very, very, scary.
Very
to
scary,
say the least,
yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So I don't know how these guys will look at it, but how about taking a chartered flight to Benin Republic?
Big question.
Instead of traveling
Big
by
question.
sea.
At least you land there, then you find a way to drive yourself.
It will not take you more than 45 minutes, from. I mean, it's close to Lagos. We can do that.
Big question.
I don't know. The NFF know better.
All right, let's go to the text message portal now. This one says, "Good afternoon, sports crew. Is it not possible to fly the players to Benin Republic? If I'm one of them, I'll turn down that option. There's no duplicate to life." Fred from Rumekini. Okay, Senegal with 4 defenders lost a ball to one attacker who scored. Rivers is on transfer aggression. It will be fine soon. My Rivers, please. Odu from Ichi. This one says, "Good afternoon, sports crew. Is Romeo from Abia State. I beg Rivers United should free an MN and a fellow guy for a normal mistake that even the greatest and tactical foreign players in abroad do week in, week out. Even our so-called most expensive goalkeeper, Alisson Becker, did numbers of blunders against title contenders Man City and Leicester. They always think negative in everything because we are in a corrupt country. Good work, guys. Thank you so much." This one says, "Until Rivers State government reversed the name to Sharks, nothing good will come out from Sharks fans are angry. Sharks fans are angry." This one says, "The last time Rivers United got knocked out of the CAF competitions, they nearly went on relegations in 2018. They really need a psychologist at this time, urgently. I am Chidi from Port Harcourt." Okay, nice observation. Wisdom and Emeka, good afternoon. Please stop defending the suspended Rivers United players. The boys must be investigated in full. Both of you are Enyimba fans. And you're indirectly happy that the Pride of Rivers are losing their games. But don't worry, they'll bounce back because our knockdown is not our knockout. Kenneth Davis is still from. I like the last line, Kenneth. But we all want Rivers United to succeed.
We want the best for Rivers United. Honestly, I have lots of friends there, so I want the best for the team. But unfortunately, the way they are going about it, it could be counterproductive. That's my fear.
This one says, "I don't think suspending these players is the right step to solving the problem at Rivers United. Your house can't be on fire and you're causing more fire instead of looking for a way to quench it. The club management would have handled this issue internally than letting it out. It has a way of destabilizing the team the more. Well, the deed has been done. They should sort out the problem and get the team back to winning ways." Ben from Rumigbo. This one says, "Tell Rivers United that the bag of money doesn't play football. Blaming players will not save them in the teen city. PSG, buy Neymar for the Champions League, but don't suspend him for not winning it. Up Plateau United, young junior." Okay. All right. This one says on WhatsApp, "Good afternoon. This is the beginning of excuses from the coach of Rivers United. He will soon start complaining of the match officials. Do you think he has forgotten that? Wait for it. It won't be long." Ngozi from Mboba. This one says, "Good afternoon. Today Sports Life. I do not think there is any foul play by the 2 suspended Rivers United players. This stuff's happening in football. Remember Kepa's mistakes, Alisson's promo to Liverpool's opponents.
David De Gea, his own is uncountable."
I am Uche Donald in the page. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Superman one on Twitter, still on Rivers United. Our friend Apostle Arizon also says, "If the reason you give is why Rivers United suspended 2 of their best players, then I'm disappointed. Such mistakes are common in football. If the team do not manage post-CAF Confed Cup exits well, then the team's season may collapse very fast."
All right, to the phone lines now, 0817 0000 951, 0810 951 0951. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon to you. Hello. Still open 0817 0000 951, 0810 951 0951. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Simon of course.
Hey, Simon, welcome. Let's hear you.
Good afternoon, Simon.
I want to talk because of Kanya and Emena and the new blood. You know, although I wasn't there, but what my mind was telling me, maybe after the game, maybe
players. I have heard of it better. I think that the fate of these suspended players will depend on their match tomorrow. If Rivers State could go and take something from just these players, they may be.
Superman, please. Sorry, I want to disagree with you on the team of the week because I think there should be a reward for hard work. So I think that my team for the week will go to Dakota FC.
Okay.
For winning the home match.
So standing their ground at Grace Kano Pillars for the great victory for them and also for the league. So I think I will give it to
that's your own. Our own is Adamawa United for getting a draw away from home.
Go ahead.
Struggling side.
There should be a reward for Arua. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Louis. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Wisdom.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, bro.
Mickey,
go ahead.
Please, I want to know the result of Canelo's match on Sunday.
Oh, Canelo Alvarez. He won at Yildirim.
Defeated him.
Knockout. Via knockout in the third round, yes.
At what round?
The third round, and he's next now to face Billy Joe Saunders.
Wow.
All right. Thank you so much. I'm sure that's why he called. Back to the text message portal. This one says, we want Sharks. He didn't put his name. All right. This one says, Emeka, you want the best for Rivers United, but when they face Enyimba, you support Enyimba.
No, my loyalty, as far as two of them are concerned, my loyalty lies with Enyimba.
Today's Sports Live, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, bro.
Thank you. This is
Onyedikachi. Let's hear you.
Everybody know that Agemeka is our own. So nobody should drag him out.
Muna pay money. Pay money for the sponsorship. Since he's a Enyimba man. If not, we'll buy him. We'll buy an name now. Rivers Night can buy him. They can buy him.
No. I'm not buyable.
I know. I trust you.
Enyimba for life.
For life, my dear.
Go ahead, Dikachi.
So let me talk about Enyimba Warriors tomorrow. Enyimba will not come out of that match pointless. At least 1 point will be okay.
Okay.
Now, tell me when Enyimba will play Rivers United as standing game. I hope Anemola will be suspended.
See when
Superman, the day they met here in Port Harcourt, they were supposed to meet in the league that same day. So they have an outstanding match.
Exactly.
Enyimba to play Rivers United here in Port Harcourt.
Good afternoon. Today's Sports Live. We can hear you.
Good afternoon. This is Chief Crown calling from Rupago.
Chief Crown, let's hear you.
Yes, the coach of Rivers United is to be blamed for the woes of the team.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a good option of how to field the players because he has excess of good players in his team. So they're like the match-winning goalkeeper of Enyimba said he had a stint with Rivers United, but it was out of favor. But eventually became the match-winning goalkeeper, and he's from Rivers State. So the coach does not know what he's doing in Rivers United. That's why he's not delivering.
All right.
He didn't transfer his aggression to the players.
No, it's not the coach that suspended the players. So don't make mistake about it. The coach was not responsible for the suspension. It was the management led by the general manager, Okekpaluku. Was one that approved the suspension. The coach did not complain. I think I spoke with the coach. The suspension took him by surprise, so to say.
All right. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon. Okay, let's flash back to the text message portal. This one says, there is no issue in traveling with a boat to Benin. If the foreign players are not ready, Ross should call up local players. They will even do better. Brown from PH. It's easy to say these things. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Hero. I'm calling from Rumigbo.
Hero, your last caller. Go ahead quickly.
Yes, I don't know if Rivers United. I think suspending those two players that suspend, for me, it's not the right thing to do. They could have handled those issues between themselves there than making that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. We got your thoughts right there. We have Cyril Donwite. Even if it's late, let's just get one or two, maybe 30 seconds of him. Chief Cyril, you're welcome to the show.
I'm not the chief. I'm not.
No, I don't waste time. Call all the other titles. I just wanted to go straight. But quickly, let's hear you. You're out of time.
What happens to a situation where players, makes mistakes or makes what I call inverted mistakes in the course of play, and you put such a player on the bench? We've seen the case of the Chelsea goalkeeper. He was not suspended.
He was not suspended indefinitely.
He was not suspended. He was put on the bench.
Yes.
What has happened right now will have effect. And then Theophilus Afolokai has some players who are close or loyal to them in the Rivers United. What message are you sending to such players? So I think it was clearly wrong for the management of the Rivers United to put his players on suspension. They should have been there. Let off.
All right, Cyril. Thank you so much for your contribution. We really have to go. We are out of time. Well, it's been today's Sports Live, and Mecca Dena. I was here with all the analysis. My name is Wisdom Obina. The show will return same time, same station tomorrow. Until then, stay safe. And I do wish Rivers United the best. And we need to win this league. It's possible. We can do it.
Handle it, go. Such a good feeling when the news of unity feels.
The big stories break. Depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson. Schoolgirls kidnapped from government girls' secondary school, Ganjibe, in Talata Mafara local government area of Zamfara State last Friday have regained their freedom. Zamfara State Governor Bello Matawale, who confirmed the news this morning, said the girls were released with the help of repentant bandits without any ransom paid. The governor put the number of girls recovered at 279, while the police initially had said 317 girls were kidnapped. The kidnapping of the girls last Friday was the latest in a series of school abductions that has rocked the country in the past 3 months. President Muhammadu Buhari has celebrated the return of the abducted Zamfara schoolgirls. Reacting via his Twitter handle, President Buhari said he joins the affected families and people of Zamfara State in welcoming and celebrating the release of the abducted students of GGSS Ganjibe. He said news of their rescue brings overwhelming joy, and he is pleased that the ordeal of the girls have come to a happy end without any incident. The president assured that his administration is working hard to bring to an end the heartbreaking incidents of kidnapping, adding that the military and the police will continue to go after kidnappers with the support of local communities in terms of human intelligence that can help nip criminal plans in the bud. The Nigerian Senate has charged the newly appointed service chiefs to be desperate in addressing the security challenges of the country. The Senate gave the charge after confirming the appointment of Chief of Defense Staff Major General Lucky Irabo, Chief of Army Staff Major General Ibrahim Atahiru, Chief of Air Staff Air Vice Marshal Isaka Amor, Chief of Naval Staff Rear Admiral Awol Gambo. Senate President Ahmed Laban, who condemned the incessant kidnap of school children in public schools, pledged the support of the National Assembly to the security chiefs. Rivers State Commissioner of Police Friday Ebuka has advocated for partnership between the command and the media organizations in the state. CP Ebuka spoke during an event with crime correspondent and leadership of Nigerian Union of Journalists in the state, put together by the Assistant Commissioner of Police in charge of the operations. CP Ebuka, who described journalists as critical stakeholders in the fight against criminality, said the partnership would not only improve the efforts of the security agency, but will help reveal the activities of the police in the minds of the members of the public.
Our work cannot be complete without synergy with members of the press. They can decide to ruin somebody. They can also decide to make you. But in your own case, I think I'm lucky to have the crop of officers, crop of journalists we have in Rivers State. But if something happens, there are two ways to always look at something. But I discovered that those in Rivers State look at it from the positive angle, not from the negative angle. They want to report it negatively, they will report it. Anything you do, there is another way to it. But luckily, those who have here are the positive ones. I want to assure you that we always cooperate with you in whatever we do. We always carry you along. Whenever you want any assistance or any information from us, we will oblige you. We are your friends. We are your partners. We are together.
Earlier, the state chairman of NUJ, Stanley Job, assured the commitment of the media in working with the security agencies, but requested for the protection of journalists, especially during the forthcoming local government elections. On the foreign scene, U.S. President Joe Biden's administration is preparing to impose sanctions on Russia for the poisoning and imprisonment of Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny. Citing two administration officials, CNN reports that the United States will coordinate with the European Union to determine what the sanction will entail and their exact timing. According to one official, a potential option is an executive order that would trigger sanctions on Russia for repeated attacks on U.S. democracy, including the SolarWinds cybersecurity hack and placing bounties on U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan. The sanctions will be Biden's first on Russia and would be a marked departure from his predecessor Donald Trump's approach to dealing with Moscow. The imprisoning of Putin's best-known opponents sparked nationwide protests that saw thousands of demonstrators detained and triggered calls in the West for Navalny's release. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap and running water. Avoid touching your face on high contact surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Once again, good afternoon. I'm Wealth Wilson and thank you for listening. Do stay tuned. The platform on radio comes up shortly.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country. Hardly a day passes without news of a fire outbreak in some part of the country, causing fear and panic among the people. Needless to say, we need to remind ourselves of the possibility of an outbreak at any time. This is what is likely to prevent us from being taken by surprise. Always put off appliances when not in use. Do not overload electrical sockets. Fuel your generator before, not when in use. Avoid fixing electrical faults personally when you apparently do not have the skill. Keep the candle on a candle stand.
It takes only a minute for a fire to get out of hand. In case of a fire outbreak, please call the fire service hotline 070-315-221-99. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play on the currents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt every weekday at 4 p.m. Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Stand, greet.
Good morning, sir.
Good
morning. You're welcome to Jagbajantis High School. My name is Sound Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand Pidgin English?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now what we go use hands for? Okay, carry your pen. Carry your paper. Them for my class. People of this world, them plenty. Sins of this people, many. So many. Many times plenty, multiplier. Many times plenty, multiplier. Multiply am the answer you get now waiting they make poor man they cry. The answer you get now waiting they make rich man they mess and leaders they lie. The answer you get now waiting they make young boys and girls join party gang. Answer you get now waiting they make innocent man rot inside the jail. Get it. And then agree to grant and bail. Get it. Everybody, oh yeah, join Jagbajantis, make we solve mathematics. We did about our continent, so Oyinbo say about mass we go use take solve mathematics. So follow Jagbajantis. So ya carry Baero, be for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself,
oh for objectivity,
be objective, gentlemen.
For democracy,
military.
M for modification
of our behavior, let's stand to the same behalf.
A, accountability.
If you've been a chop money, I beg you take them easy.
S for solidarity.
United and divided, oh my shell.
We enter new millennium. Nigerians like 120 million. One population of 6 billion.
6 billion.
Divide that 1 by 120 million altogether. Oh yeah.
Altogether.
The answer you get now waiting they make people they jar. Come on for Niger. Answer you get now waiting they make people want travel. By hook or by crook. The answer you get now waiting they make people they sleep for embassy for visa. Answer you get now waiting they make people they sell them property for ticket. Get it. Then they travel see. Get it. Oh, hey. Everybody, oh yeah,
join Jagbajantis, we solve mathematics.
We did about our continent, so
Oyinbo say about mass
we go use take
solve mathematics. So follow Jagbajantis.
So ya carry Baero, be for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself,
oh for objectivity.
Be objective, gentlemen, ladies.
Be for democracy.
No matter how hard it is, let a military.
M for modification
of our behavior, let's turn to the same behalf.
A, accountability.
If you've been a chop money, I beg you take them easy.
S for solidarity.
United we stand and divided, oh my shell.
You just the HSCity.
Shut it down.
And there's the VG City.
Shut it down.
Micro level for HSCity. Richmond corner be VG City. You try add AJ and VG City all together, oh yeah.
All together.
The answer you get now waiting they make rich man oppress and then suppress. The answer you get now waiting they make poor man depress, but then aggress. The answer you get now waiting they make poor man they try to keep up with the Joneses. Answer you get now waiting they make poor man begin they try to prove a limit. Get it. Never get money then they finish. Get it. Oh, hey. Everybody, oh yeah,
join Jagbajantis, we solve mathematics.
We did about our continent, so
Oyinbo say about mass
we go use take
solve mathematics. So follow Jagbajantis.
So ya carry by.
Situation in this nation, disposition, our condition, unexplainable pain in our hearts, not to mention brothers killing brothers for patience, salvation. Resolutions are made, but always made with lack of vision. Imperfection is the order as we keep seeking solutions. Only God can solve this mathematical equation.
Thanks for your contribution. Now, any more questions?
It all begins with breaking news.
Now, make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves all the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt. Every weekday at 4 p.m. Get on the platform on radio and be served.
You have been working around the clock to make River State a better place for everybody. We have seen your project. Sometimes we are being informed by our people who are resident here in River State. And of course, we had reasons to come to Rivers many times to go around and witness the developments that are taking place here. I have seen the positive changes that you brought to the state since 2015. We respect you because most of the time you are on the ground here taking care of the good people of your state, while many other people who have a similar responsibility are in the skies. Your Excellency, keep on moving, keep on doing the right thing. Being a governor is a very serious challenge. It's a very serious assignment. It's a contract between you and your people for 8 years. Now we are almost 6 years. We have just 2 years plus to be in government house here in River State before, by the grace of God, you move forward for the national assignment.
I hope I wasn't the only one who heard. But anyway, that was the voice of the former Minister of Defense, Rabiu Kankwaso, speaking on Governor Wike's future plans. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to another exciting edition of the platform on radio on your premium talk radio station today, 95.1 FM. I am Wealth Wilson. Time check, 17 minutes gone past 4 o'clock. And I shall give you insight into some of the news reports making the rounds. If you do not know, the platform on radio is that program where we get to come and slice trending issues up with correspondent reports. Do not forget, our correspondents are out there sourcing for these reports from the fields. And on this program, we take their reports and have them give us more details. And you get to hear what is not entirely in the news. So on the menu today, Governor Nyesom Wike says he has surmounted the challenge the opposition party here in Rivers State threw at him before he took office in 2015. Former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso urges Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike to brace up for national assignment. Okay. Now, lawyers decry persistent cases of gun attacks affecting Nigeria's maritime sector. Now, let's get straight into our discussions, right? Now, Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has recalled the pessimism of the immediate past administration on how projects will be executed with the paucity of funds in the state. Governor Nyesom Wike, during the contract signing for 2 new flyover bridges in Port Harcourt with construction giant Julius Berger at Government House, said he has surmounted the challenge of the opposition party in the state. The governor, who pleaded with residents to continue to bear with the traffic situation in the state, also announced the plan by his administration to construct a vascular disease center. Let's get to listen to the governor.
We came on board on the 29th of May 2015. Before that period, the previous government has said that we will not give money to pay salaries, not to talk about doing projects. So to the glory of God, we're paying salary on pensioners, and we're also doing the next 5 flyovers. We've completed the next 1 year, and all I want to do is to appeal to our people. Yes, it will be inconveniencing. Yes. There were a lot of hiccups here and there in terms of people moving about, but this is a sacrifice they must make to get this infrastructure on ground. If it had been done before, we would not have been doing it now. So nobody should say that there's a lot of traffic. I know again in this March, we'll come back here to sign a contract agreement that where we are going to build a cancer and cardiovascular disease center.
Now, speaking earlier, Managing Director of Julius Berger, Lars Richter, said the company remains committed to delivering quality infrastructure in Rivers State. Let's listen to Lars.
Today, we are gathering here for the signing ceremony for the construction of flyover number 7 and number 8. Flyover 7 at Ikubo Junction has 14 spans with a total length of 590 meters, while flyover number 8 has a length of 526 meters. The construction period for both flyovers will be less than 12 months. There's no doubt that the construction of these flyovers to be delivered in such a short time frame is a challenge. Julius Berger will deliver 5 flyovers within the next 12 months.
Now, the 2 flyover bridges will be located at Waterlines and Ikuku areas of Port Harcourt. Quick one, yes? What do you make of the governor's infrastructural drive? I mean, we've talked about this time and time. A lot of people saying that there's so many things within the infrastructural sector that the governor wants to focus on that he could actually do. A lot of people believe that, you know, this particular stride by the government does not directly impact on the lives of the people. Others say, yes, it does directly or whether indirectly, but then it affects and impacts in the life of the people. So what do you make of the governor's infrastructural drive? And as a Rivers resident, what more do you desire from the current administration? That's our conversation now. 0817-00000951, 0810-951-0951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages, 0701-9339-962. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my sister.
Good afternoon.
My name is Professor Ekita. I'm calling for United States of Valor.
You are most welcome.
I think the Excellency has spoke well. Because to me, if you compare Port Harcourt about 8 years backward, we know that difference is clear now. Because many people, if they are coming to Port Harcourt before, when they reach Port Harcourt, they will say, I see this way that they are calling Port Harcourt, the way they are hearing Port Harcourt. There's nobody that will enter Port Harcourt now. For the main work that the governor has done, I think they try. So the only thing that I want to beg is to still make sure say the infrastructure reach the rural area so that everybody will be benefit, because not everybody that is driving can actually benefit in that particular thing. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Ekiti, for your contribution. 95.1 FM. What do you make of the governor's infrastructural drive, and what more do you demand of the current administration? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your name?
My name is Baridi Gyado.
You're welcome. Please go on. Oh dear. Do well to call back, please. 95.1 FM.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, we want to appreciate the government. My name is Comrade Boma, coming from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome.
But the truth of the matter is that River State people, the youth, need jobs and industry. The same directives within 14 months, I will construct this, I will provide this construction. The same executive flat that I think within 10 months, food industry, textile industry, toothpick industry, where Rivers people, at least 10 to 20,000 Rivers youth, women and men will be gainfully employed. We think these 2 years, this is what we want to hear the governor say. Now, also listen, the same minimum wage is promised to pay 2019. We have not paid it today. You remember that the Secretary of State came that they have executed that minimum wage. The labor came. Up till now, they have not executed it. So what is the problem? The human capital development in paying the civil servants their due, promotion of workers. What is it? Let me use the same executive fear. But then today, I will do this. People should be paid. People should be paid. This is what we want in River State. Job, employment, industry, paying civil servant workers, and promotion of civil servants. This is our thing we want in River State. That is it.
All right then. Thank you very much for your contribution. The governor should do more, look into other sectors, away from just infrastructure. But then what do you think? 95.1 FM.
Well,
You're welcome, Gift.
Good.
You're welcome. Please talk to us.
May God bless Governor Yusuf. It is a straightforward question. I will not beat around the bush.
All right.
It's a fantastic job and welcome development. I'm telling you, whether you like it or not, anything infrastructure, it will lead to all these other things we are talking of. As I speak with you, one day, please, I will do your own transportation. Come down to Bayelsa. Come and see what is happening there. Then you will appreciate Governor Yusuf.
But in as much as we want to appreciate and be thankful for what he's doing, infrastructural development is beautiful. There are other sectors as well that, this energy can be diversified into.
The man has decided to choose carefully. And this has been, do you know what is happening? The funny thing, most of us will still shout, please, we can come to come and handle the federal government route for us. Please, Governor Wike, come to Calabari and do the ring route for us. Please, Governor Wike, do this. The same persons that are complaining of this same infrastructural development that are ongoing. You can imagine my happiness was when we talked about this cancer stuff that they want to put up. I'm telling you, it's a fantastic one.
But Gift, I understand. I understand. But the same argument that people have is that we have other government elsewhere that can focus, at least a good percentage of energy into the different sectors that can help grow the state away from just infrastructure.
Well, I agree with you, but my happiness is for him to be focused. Instead of you to carry 100 things and you cannot carry all at once, focus just one and leave the same. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Gift, for your contribution. 95.1 FM, good afternoon.
Hello, Lady West.
You're welcome, Mr. Sam.
Yeah, sincerely, the infrastructural whatsoever project that they are embarking on is for their self-enrichment to means of siphoning money.
How do you mean?
Lady West, we are not children.
So can we say, therefore, that the previous administration that somewhat touched the infrastructural sector or was also infrastructurally driven also did that for their own selfish or personal pocket and motive? Can we say that too?
No.
Then why are we saying that now?
When you look at what we are talking about, infrastructure whereby has to do with the development of the people, where the people benefit. Not this one that is just playing head on doing flyover.
So you want to tell me that the flyover people would not benefit from it?
You cannot pay salary, no health center, no agricultural program, nothing.
The governor, okay.
That today they will tell us they spent 20-something billion naira and what have you. And Julius Berger, you know they have taken them to court to come and give us the clear details of how they spend this money on this flyover. So why is it not so in the past administration? So he cannot pay a teacher salary. He cannot pay naira minimum wage. Nothing.
Mr. Sam, 95.1 FM. Everybody different opinion anyway.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello. What's your name?
Yeah, this is Honorable Chris O'Chris. I'm calling from Abia State.
Chris, go on.
Yeah. Let me tell you one thing about the Governor Wike project and the other things. See, if I am father in the house and my children are crying, and I happen that I have 50,000 naira to buy plasma, and that 50,000 naira is the only money with me in the house, go for children to eat that morning. Do you think that I will God a tithing going to buy that plasma, or what will I do first? Will I give them food, or I will abandon them and go and buy plasma? See, stomach infrastructure is something that keeps society going. You see this bridge. Anybody that goes to that bridge to sleep, if you sleep finish, like the people that went there yesterday.
Chris, are you done?
I don't think that as they're coming back, they come back with the food.
Now let me see if we can explain this. Now, if there are good infrastructure or transportation means in the state, you understand that it would affect every other sector. Take for instance the people who would want to transport. People who would want to transport foodstuff and livestock.
No, transportation going to where now? You must transport yourself to work. Which industry are you going to work?
Now, if agriculture is being...
So did he establish anyone? Did he establish anyone?
Well, Chris, that's entirely your opinion. I mean...
Well, to me, that's my opinion. It's a valid opinion. You cannot build something without a factory.
So he should touch other sectors as well. All right, he should touch other sectors. That's all you could have simply said. I mean, what was that proverb? But anyway, thank you very much. Just stay tuned. We're going for a short ad. When we come back, we'll be reading the messages, take 2 or 3 phone calls, and then we move on to the next issue. Fair? Yes. All right, do stay tuned then.
My Port Harcourt people, this na the Odibola Invest and Travel to Dubai promo 2021. Yes, sir. With just 1,550,000 naira only for live gate layout or 2 million naira only for quiet heaven layout phase 2. You go qualify to travel with us. Go flex for Dubai inside the month of June 2021. Chai! What thing you they wait for? Just buy 1 plot of land for this layout them. And instanta, you qualify to travel go Dubai with husband material of Wazobia FM. Rewarding Pekin and the #1 comedian of choice inside River State, the advisor. The land they Omagua and Ipo for Equatorial local government area, River State, with approval from Greater Port Harcourt City Development Authority. This now Bonga experience where you no go ever forget. Dubai with a come one. Our office address there for the Bola House in the William City Layout, off Tombia Extension, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt, River State. For more information, carry work go on top of www.odibolaproperties.com. Call Lisa on 07062641169. Visit our sales point at any Market Square Shopping Center. This work is supported by Real People's Foundation.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, welcome back. 31 minutes gone past 4 o'clock, and we're still on the platform on radio here on Today 95.1 FM. I still remain Wealth Wilson. And as I said before we went for the advert, we're going to read some of the messages that came through. If you want to send in your messages now, all you have to do is send those to the number 0701-9339-962. That doubles as the WhatsApp and SMS platform, okay? This one says, I wish the flooding problem should be addressed because the last time I checked, raining season is a big problem in some parts of the state. True. I mean, it's not just a state problem, federal problem as well. Before the raining season comes in, I mean, we expect that the government on all tiers whatsoever, should already start putting things in place. That's a good one. The state government should also consider that. This person says, well, you know that infrastructure is the easiest way to prove to people that you're working in Nigeria, whereas there are many important sectors to touch. Governor Nyesom Wike is making half of Rivers' money he's spending on these flyovers and short roads that have no impact. He awards the awards he conceives, executes, and commissions. Okay, he awards, conceives, executes, and commissions the contracts. Governor Wike lacks direction and strategy, and that's coming from Joe from London. All right, Joe. And now here's the thing. Well, that's entirely your opinion. You know, some people think that the governor's infrastructural drive is a very good one. It would open door and access to, investors coming into the different sectors in the state. So why not focus on this one thing that could serve as fuel or vehicle to greater development? But then I still share in your plight. There are other sectors as well that the government can actually look into, honestly. But then, as I said, we'll take 2 more calls, isn't it? It's 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages, once again, to the number 0701-9339-962. 95.1 FM.
Jude from Oyo.
Go on, Jude.
What we need in this state now is employment. Employment. Employment.
Ring it so they will hear.
Let him employ people. I don't know why people will submit CV. He told us 10,000 teachers. Now he's going to employ 10,000 teachers. later reduced it to 5,000 civil servants. Up to now, even the 5,000, the 10,000, 1,000, even 500, he has not employed. Or is he doing secret employment? If he is doing secret employment, employing only equaries, let him tell us.
Okay.
And people will want to submit CV, submit everything at the end. Do you know how much I spent in submitting almost 1,500 to submit my document online, and yet no employment? And that 1,500 will just go just like that.
Definitely we'll do follow up on that particular issue.
Somebody told me that they are employing through local government. The new chairman that are coming, they are bringing their brothers, equal brothers. If it is like that, he's supposed to tell the non-indigenous.
But if you say they are employing through local government chairman, is it only Ikwere local government chairman that we have? We have other local government chairmen as well.
I'm talking about the local government chairman. All the local, they are employing their brothers.
All
they
right.
are not employing non-indigenous.
All right then. As Jude, we'll try and find out how far the employment process and promises of the Rivers State government. 95.1 FM.
Hello, what?
Yes, hello.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, good afternoon.
You're welcome. What's your name?
Yes, Lugaman from the chair.
Welcome, Lugaman. Please go on.
Yes, my sister.
Hello? Hello? All right, Lugaman, you might want to call back there, okay? 95.1 FM.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Wanda for Jesus from the government.
You're welcome.
Yes, please, let me talk about that man. Say that I'm from Ikore. Why that man said that the only the chairman are coming on board now by employing the Ikore people. Why all these strangers will say all these things? I'm from Ikore. I'm from Ikore.
Well, if you listened, I asked him why it would be just that particular local government. So don't worry about it. We have at least set him straight on that particular one.
Governor, my Excellency Chief Atanya Weekend has done a good job in River State. Yesterday, I was in Mokoro, flyover. The man has done well.
But away from the infrastructure, do you think that there are other things that this current administration should do as well?
For me, this that this new flyover I want to big and this now the Ikoku. Hello.
Yes.
Are you getting me? For me, the governor, my governor, have done well.
Okay. All right. You don't even Kuku answer my question. You just leave that one waka. But anyway, that aside, just kidding anyway. Let me read some of the messages. So it's, good evening, Wealth. I am P-Man. I don't like Governor Wike as a person for owing gratuities and pension arrears. But if you compare him with other governors, he is a one-eye king in the kingdom of the blind. His neighbor at Abia State is a total failure. Governor Nyesom Wike is better, who receive money and do nothing. That's coming from P-Man at Ozoba. This one says, if the aim of building the overhead bridge is to solve traffic problem, then Governor Nyesom Wike has failed. Let the governor go to Rumokoro and see hold up. Wasted resources. Job creation is more important, and that's coming from John. Now, with that, we move on to the next issue. You do understand that invited to commission the Rumoba flyover is anyone. Former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso. Now, former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso has urged the Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike to brace up for a national assignment. I mean, if you listened earlier, I played, the voice clip. Kwankwaso, former Minister of Defense, made the call during the commissioning of the Rumoba flyover in Obiakwa local government area of Rivers State. He said Governor Nyesom Wike has shown capacity in infrastructural development by working round the clock to make Rivers State better for inhabitants. Let's listen to the former governor.
You have been working around the clock to make River State a better place for everybody. We have seen your project. Sometimes we are being informed by our people who are resident here in River State. And of course, we had reasons to come to Rivers many times to go around and witness the developments that are taking place here. I have seen the positive changes that you brought to the state since 2015. We respect you because most of the time you are on the ground here taking care of the good people of your state, while many other people who have a similar responsibility are in the skies. Your Excellency, keep on moving, keep on doing the right thing. Being a governor is a very serious challenge. It's a very serious assignment. It's a contract between you and your people for 8 years. Now we are almost 6 years. We have just 2 years plus to be in government house here in River State before, by the grace of God, you move forward for the national assignment.
Okay, you heard. It wasn't me who said. Now, in simple terms, do you believe that Governor Nyesom Wike is ready for national assignment? All of this commissioning, and invitation, is it strategic to the positioning of the governor's maybe future ambition and intention? I don't know. I'm just asking. Do you believe that if that's the case, he is ready for a national assignment? And then, what do you make of Governor Nyesom Wike's choice of special guests to commission projects in the state? That's something we should ask, you know. Mind you, the next top politician on the list to commission the government house clinic is the immediate past Senate President, Bukola Saraki. So what do you make of the choice of the caliber of people that come to commission projects in the state? Let's get to hear from you now. 0817-0000951, 0810-951-0951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-9339-962. 95.1 FM.
Is it from HA?
Welcome.
Yes, Wike for national assignment. Who will vote for him? Except he's going for Senate, where only Rivers people will vote for him. If it is national assignment, vice president or president, who will vote for him? Igbos will never vote for Wike. Just because
you are not the Igbos. You are just one man. You are just one man, sir. Do not speak in absolute terms.
Wike declare Igbos terrorists. So you can't.
He did not declare Igbos terror. Who are all these people? 95.1 FM. Hello? Oh, okay, it's really low. I can't hear you. All right, call us back. We want to hear that contribution. It's really important. 0817 0000951, 0810-951-0951, 95.1 FM.
Hello, good evening, my lady.
Good evening. What's your name?
Yes, I remain engineer endurance, but popularly known as Santa Moskilema.
Go on.
Yes, another phase of commissioning today.
No, away from the commissioning. My question is the governor ready for national assignment as hinted by Kwankwaso? And then what do you make of the caliber of people that are being selected to come commission the projects here in River State?
Yes, as you can see, since from the day one of the commissioning, you can see you without being told, you are into media. You can see the caliber of the people coming to commission projects.
That is why I'm asking you, what do you make of the caliber of people?
Yes, they are okay. That is to tell you that the governor himself knows what he's doing. What he's doing in the sense of what he is doing also. Do you see that from what the person that came to River State today said, that the governor is busy doing something, but the nearby states, those of them who are governors in the nearby states are busy chasing shadows. Do you understand? Now, for telling me now whether is the governor ready for national assignment, I think you asked me such a question.
That's what I've been waiting for you to answer.
Yes. Without being told, for me, the governor might not have the intention of any national assignment, but for me, I would love him to go.
All right, then. Thank you.
We support him.
Thank you very much. 95.1 FM. Oh dear, we lost that call. Just please go straight to the point. I do understand that some of us want to praise or probably even make the governor look little or whatever because of whatever affiliations that we hold. But then if there's a question, just answer so we can get more people contribute on the show. 95.1 FM.
Hello, Lady Wed.
You're welcome.
I hope you see, man. Calling from Port Harcourt. Yes, Lady Wed, I think building infrastructure depends on a particular thing, especially when it has to be flyover to one.
No. Leave that particular issue. We're talking about what you make of the statement or the hint from Kwankwaso on national assignment. Do you think that the governor is ready?
Well, we know politicians. Like, no politicians don't want to, aspire for more. Irrespective of the height the person has got. The person wants to aspire for more. So we cannot be passionate in that statement.
All right, then.
Yes, it's building up a national assignment. It's up here.
Okay.
Yes, the fact is what I'm hearing from my left ear. Well, let me know, disclose it right now, because I know that the governor is gearing up for that national assignment.
All right. All right, then. 95.1 FM.
Good afternoon, my sister.
You're welcome. Good evening. What's your name? Hello? I think your network is really bad. Do well to call back, right? 95.1 FM.
Well, I call back.
You're welcome back, Gift.
Yes, I understand the question. Straight to the point. He is ready for that national assignment. Just like what something was telling you. Even if he's not ready, we'll force him to come out. If to be the number one person to do that. I know I'm saying this. Look at the statement of Rabi Kwankwaso, that officers are flying on the air. Do you know that most of the governors are not even staying in their state? They stay in Abuja with Mr. President. Even the opposition governors, some of them, they don't stay in their states. They run to Abuja, but watch how your governor is behaving in that state. How many times has Governor Wike traveled out of Rivers State? How many times? You can count. You know about the journeys, the one of Sokoto. Even most of the meetings at FEC, it does not even attend. He's on ground 247. So he's ever, I look at the caliber of the persons, man. That will tell you, that is politics for you. That will show that the man is ready for any of the assignments. And that person, let me tell you.
Leave that person, Gifts. Please leave that person. One more call, then messages, and we move on. 95.1 FM. Hello? Okay, I think we're still having that issue. So I'll just read the messages, right? This one says, Wealth, good evening. I totally commend the governor for the infrastructure that he's put in place, but he should also try and invest in human capacity. And here in Rumekini, there's no tied road. Apart from Rumekini, Alu Road, we have so many big roads in Rumekini, etc. Or, for example, School Road in Rumekini, and from VIP to Today FM to Alakaya, it's not good at all, especially during the raining season. General Round Face from Rumekini. Okay, this one says, Wealth, good evening. Governor Wike have tried, but we will not eat flyovers. People need to be employed, and by so doing, he needs to build industries and companies so that people can be employed, and that's coming from Oko Stanley from PH. This one says, greetings, Wealth. The Bible says there's nothing hidden which shall not be revealed. Very soon, the motivating spirit behind the construction of overflowing overhead bridges in Obiakpo and Falga will be exposed. Besides, the construction of some infrastructures in River State is merely increasing infrastructural growth and not development. Truth be told, Governor Nyesom Wike cannot be currently listed among first 10 performing governors in Nigeria. Are you sure? Emi Fayega, that's coming from you. Anyway, this one says, Wealth, moving to national level politics is Wike's target, but he'll fail like pack of cards. His party PDP is already in disarray due to his overbearing attitude and showmanship. Are you sure? Note one thing, Wealth, if APC is allowed to contest in River State, PDP and Wike will be displeased. Currently, PDP lacks the political currency to win presidential elections, and within PDP stalwarts, they know that it's only money that Wike has. I can't even say the remaining part of this statement, really, Joe. But we got your message, Joe from London. Let's check what we have on the SMS platform. This one says, good evening. Governor should stop this madness. He's not creating jobs. He's not doing his job well. He kept closing River State, complaining. Bromo, please resend your message, okay? It's not very clear from that part. I can't really get what you're trying to say. This one says, to me, the choice of those caliber of men is political wisdom. The Bible says, let another praise thee, not thy own lips. As for national duty, personal. That's coming from Edu. Okay. This one says, Governor Wike wants to be president, but the North will end up swallowing his billions. He may never be president. Who told you that he wants to be president? I mean, you're the one hinting this one. Oh, I really don't know. He says, if I should advise him, Governor should use his money at his disposal and change the life of our people so that his enemies can secretly vote for him. And that's coming from P-Man. Okay, this one says, my sister in the studio, that statement by Kwankoso reveals my governor's plan. Governor Wike, please go on. I will support you. You are the best governor. I stand with you. And that's coming from Father, oh Father. This one says, God will not allow that. See how civil servants are suffering in the state. Okay. This one says, commissioning of projects is not supposed to be capital intensive, but Wike's project commissioning is far too expensive. Saraki cannot go with less than... Okay. That's an allegation that if they ask me who said, I would not be able to say, Mr. Law. But anyway, let's quickly move on. Yes, I've been able to do justice to the messages that came in. This one says, Admiralty lawyers have expressed concern over the poor state of security in Nigeria's maritime sector, despite the huge funds appropriated to curb sea piracy and gun attacks on the waterways. But Harcourt-based lawyer and president of Admiralty Lawyer Society of Nigeria, Angus Chukwuka, in an interview with our correspondent Victor Eziama, lamented the high rate of insecurity on Nigeria's waterways and states that it's alarming and poses a negative reflection of the country's maritime sector.
The rising spate of violence on the Nigerian waterways is becoming too hot for comfort. Piracy and armed robbery at sea have become the recurring decimal in our maritime industry. There is a rising trend of piratical crimes recently in Bonny and our internal waters, and it is dispiriting that the bulk of the piratical crimes committed within the Gulf of Guinea are said to emanate from the criminal elements from the Delta region. This is notwithstanding the fact that Nigeria just passed the Suppression of Piracy and Other Maritime Offences Act 2020. It was earlier thought that with the passage of the POMO Act, Nigeria will begin to enjoy maritime security and a good measure of confidence from the maritime investors and stakeholders. But the passage seems to have triggered off an increase in the crimes. It is against this background that we call on the law enforcement agencies tasked with the responsibility of implementing the provisions of the Act to up their game and ensure that there is sanity on our waterways.
Angus Chukwuka also said the maritime sector, which provides a huge employment opportunities, are not being exploited by the federal government.
That these crimes discourage foreign investors from investing and chase away stakeholders from meaningful and gainful business in our clients. The result is that there is unemployment on the rise. A boost in the maritime industry will have a corresponding boost in the employment opportunities available for the teeming youth. Indeed, the maritime sector accounts for millions of employment opportunities that may be made available to the youths.
Now, this is a new dimension to the call for the improved security on the waterways because of the negative economic impact on the maritime sector. So what really is government doing about insecurity on the waterways? Why always Bonny, and Bile waterways. We've complained and complained and complained and talked about this issue for the longest I can remember. Is there something that the government knows and they have refused to address? Because these issues have been long lingering. Insecurity on waterways. And we haven't seen so much to call change. So is this something the state or federal government knows and are deliberately refusing to address with this particular matter? 0817-0000951, 0810-9510951. Text messages, WhatsApp messages, 0701-9339-962. Okay, we lost that call. 95.1 FM.
Yeah, so at last.
You're welcome, Grandpa.
Uh-huh. You have comment on this one?
No,
There's
just
no
this
time.
one first.
So this one, I will say, how many gumboats are on the water line? How many gumboats? One bridge can buy more than 50 to 100 gumboats. One bridge, 12 or something billion. How many gumboats will it buy? Why can't you deploy and make sure that safety in waterways? It is the problem of both the federal and the state, and more importantly, the state, because it is in your place. We are blaming the people in the north now that bandits are doing this, are doing that. But here it is here. They kidnap you from going to Bondi the other way. Have you seen them? They kidnap the king of Andon and the lecturer. Have you seen them? And there are many kidnapping that are not mentioned. What are the government of federal and state doing? In particular, what is said, why can't you fortify that place and bring marine police everywhere? So people can go, because in water you cannot swim, you cannot run to escape. Where will you run to escape?
All right then. Thank you very much, Grandpa. Let's listen to some other person. 95.1 FM.
Well, good evening.
You're welcome, Mr. Bright.
Thank you. Can we do the roundup?
No. Just this one first.
Okay. And our waterways, what are government doing? Some time ago, we said our brothers, let's give them surveillance contracts. And so many of them were given surveillance contracts. Some few weeks, or last 2 weeks, we were discussing it here when Rotimi Amechi talked about what is happening. And he said he wanted to retrieve a surveillance contract from one particular man, and then he started writing and threatening so many other things. And then that day we asked what would happen. So usually the same persons who are giving the contracts are the same persons who are responsible for these things. And then it is telling us the kind of methodology and measures we are propagating to fight insecurity. We talked about giving police to the state and then employing people from the state so that they know the terrain more. The surveillance contract of our waterways are given to people from the riverine regions now, and they are indigent. How effective is it? So usually a lot of times some of those things will look as a solution to problems are not going to solve the problems. But what are we supposed to do now? A lot of times I've been talking about using technology and being decisive. Using technology and being decisive. Once we want to be decisive and want to employ technological system, it will help. Those are one of the things Rotimi Amechi planned doing in this state. A surveillance helicopter was paid for. 2013, 2014, 2015 politics swallowed it. In 2015, 2017, 2016, that helicopter came in and was grounded. River State government never went for it, and it was forfeited to the Nigerian Air Force. But that aircraft would have been giving surveillance assistance to River State today. But politics swallowed it up, and we want to refer to federal government when you are supposed to provide such infrastructures by your own responsibility.
All right, Mr. Bright. Thank you for this contribution. Let's quickly move on and listen to some other person, or even read some messages if we have any. Okay, that's taking too much time to open. So one more call. 95.1 FM.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, you're welcome. Please quickly, you have 1 minute.
Okay, I'm not calling for Mali.
Mm-hmm.
Well, our government, they are not doing good to us by not taking safety to us. Look at Bonnie, which are here in security. But when they do small structure, we clap hands. The bridge they do, human being that will pass there. It's not for human being. Without safety, how are we going to take part there?
All right.
So they should put it in place so that there will be safety for we citizens. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. The platform has been a production of our news department put together by Victor Isiama. Do not forget, take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap and running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. I am Wealth Wilson, and this show will be back same time tomorrow. Until then, do take care of yourself and stay tuned. Waiting to happen comes up shortly.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Hello. I'm actually looking for a place where I can do very good jingles.
Call this number.
What about a place where, like a comfortable place where I can record and produce my programs?
Call this number.
Sorry. This one is actually very important to me. I'm also looking for a good radio station where I can place my adverts. This one is actually very important to me.
This number.
Today
95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
0818 389 2850. 0818 389 2850.
Dawo, eyele kammi. Udoma. Awari irioko. Akauke nang. We reko. Abeg. Do. A diversion. Make we enter Today FM 95.1. And now waiting they happen. Nang they happen for Parakard. Mba, cause no be. Sai, Dawo, eyele kammi. Udoma. Awari irioko. Akauke nang. We reko. Abeg. Do. A diversion. Make we enter Today FM 95.1. And now waiting they happen. Nang they happen for Parakard. Mba, cause no be.
You have been good, you have been kind, you're my everything.
they happen cathedral. Jace, that song when we just hear right now from Minister Caroline Afret. Minister Caroline Afret. He made him, you thank God for waiting God undo for you. You thank God for lifetime. You thank God for his abunda delinquency in your lifetime. Oh, Jace, let me tell you something. Waiting God undo. You can but they say one word where they ring for tongue now. They say what God cannot does can never exist. That was what they talk now, saying they waiting the ring for tongue. Yes, in conjunction with the Minister Alfred for this sweet song, he made him. I want to celebration the new level of Sia Sobrekong. Now your boy and your brotherhood, David, is a make I officially tell you congratulations for your new level of Federal Chief Cost 22. Federal Chief Cost 22. David, now they give you this shout out. Madam Sia Sobrekong, Sobrekong or Sobrekong. Anyone where your spirit tell you to make you pronounce, go ahead and pronounce it on. People of Farakor, we don't come, we say we don't come now. I sit down here. I sit down here. Anywhere you are right now, open your Bible with me to the book of Today, chapter 95, verse 1 FM. Open your Bible, open your Bible. It is time for us to hear the word of God. Are you with me? Yes. My name never changed. My name now, Prophetess Deaconess Mommy G.O. Esquire. Funny would they make a first to find out and get the text mark Panocona Fiao, Obango, Uto, maybe you get a left name after the Utom, the Swagger baby. The Honorable Minister for after and you make 50 or 50 pretty, the Golden Carito, Lokinto, Yafinto, and Jerusalem baby, the pimple for our face. And I tell you, say, my name carry 11 M, and you must put your foot up it twice. If your M pass 11, you know reach 11, or I feel you may not be 11 without OJS, over and out. This is me. Okay, I know they along I did with my sugar plantain. I want to make it the people of Barakot say don't come. You know, say I get sugar boyfriend now. Hey, sugar boy. I the coach I'm saying go reach my the level of sugar mommy and sugar song. Tell them say you don't come so they gonna say you don't come around.
Area people now waiting they play now. My name is Ambulosas, that fresh bro. I too fresh there. You know, why for this they message the tree for me? I felt like today fresh tomato and I sweet. And I say I sweet like money. So people they call me balance. Them, you know you balance and I too sweet. And if you look me well and if you check me well, I mean don't get pimples for face. Who them I look at. And I did for inside the studio with my big mad. I say Malay. Now my Malay. My sugar Malay. For you them. I dare not touch you that because if you touch and also will touch you.
I tell you. This my sugar boy. You don't carry new one. Come stone me. Now you don't make me. I cannot explain my feeling right now. I'm the way they do me. All of me like anointing. Yes.
They flow from where?
From my head to my toenails.
Actually, toenails.
To my toenails.
You know they start from Matu.
No, I'm from my head. From the sole of my head to the crown of my toenails. Yes, from the sole of my head to the crown of my toenails.
What about from your chest?
No, that one. Nothing there. Nothing there. If you put hope there, you will be a heartbreakage. People of Farakor, we don't come. We say we don't come. Open your Bible with me. I try to play my choir song, but I don't know. This is not a crit to play. Mr. Acho, if you dare, come say this thing so that I can enter the spirit realm very well. Mr. Acho, if I call you take time, I shall charge you.
No,
you're not travel. I see I'm this afternoon when we get meeting. Mr. Acho, if I call you again, I shall charge you. Okay, let us enter what you want to discussion this evening. Once more, Madam Sia Sobrekong, David, say make I tell you congratulations. Over and out. Love is in the air. You know, some people say they pass through heartbreakage. You know, from February.
Nah, heartbreak will not be heartbreakage.
It's heartbreakage.
If they call it heartbreak,
and they tell you say make
see for you them. Your problem is I wish your secondary school go ahead and get better teacher. We get BSc.
Oh, this is an insult and aggrandizement. You want to jeopardize my aggrandizement?
Not be heartbreakage. If you speak this kind of English, you not fit get job for any place again. Now heartbreak they call it heartbreak.
I wish my madam the hear this thing could do something to you.
No, madam don't travel.
So them. You talk to me in that manner. I impeach you.
Now correction,
over and out for you.
Now correction, now the
over and out. From the toe of your head to the crown of your feet.
I be your sugar boy.
Over and out.
Now sugar boy.
You insult my nomenclature.
Not
what was your paraficot? Your paraficot.
Funny day.
What is your paraficot? You know if you go school.
Now portfolio.
Okay. What is your akiara song?
No, nah.
What is your account?
Na portfolio, na.
What is your affect portfolio? You see, no even sabi something.
Na language they talk for here now.
It's not language. Enter your Google. Tell your Google.
Na Google, not be Google.
Oh God. Oh God. God. What was I does? Oh my madam, where if you is right now?
You don't make me stay where
stood by me on this in this day of this a desert wilderness experience because I didn't know.
It is verse.
I don't the rice.
It is rice.
I don't the rice.
It is boil like rice.
And if I rice, I explode for your face.
For my face.
You will not be able to contention me.
Na content I go talk now, not be contention.
No worry, I know what I go rule you. From today henceforth, I pass a bill onto you. I put you up.
For where?
In between offer.
For where? What transfer me?
Yes.
For where? Go
wash toilet.
I'll go wash toilet. Me have a big boy. You.
Kundomo.
Where to get for people?
Make I tell you this thing. This is where you don't do me now, eh? You don't provoke me.
You get.
I off your mic.
You off my mic.
In the count of 1 to 10.
Provocation.
If you doesn't tell me sorry 10 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Baby, sorry. Say I sweet you, 45 years old woman. No. See, I they call you baby.
Love is a beautiful thing. Don't get it twisted. That is what Choma Jesus said. Don't get it twisted.
No, who tells you na Choma Jesus?
Na Choma Jesus.
Na Celine I talk.
Say
love. Say love is so hard to say.
In short, you leave the studio, they go.
You say
you dey all my swag.
I show my Jesus got a
you know that the new song when you sing. Say don't get it twisted. Love is a beautiful thing.
The one we feature Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson don't die now. Now this man where she feature Domon.
Domon, who be Domon now?
You know I'm.
Domon person they say
Domon they rap.
They rap.
Yes.
For sure, ba.
Domon na rapper. It's a rap.
Not be rap, now it's a rapper. Person they rap.
You know sabi book.
Eh?
Osas, you know sabi book.
Not be just stop. Not be just stop.
So now my secret word don't tell you now they carry come offer and ask for me.
Oh, Male.
You don't come tell people about that. I know come please go.
No.
Oh, Sunam.
You know start today for air. I'm not saying that it's so.
You don't come tell people about that. I know come please go.
No, not just stop.
You don't tell them I know come please go.
I do honest so that people know to say it all get BS in.
You don't carry me your baby. You don't carry me your baby.
All those PG way they talking not correct now. They happy they correct.
Okay, correction for one.
It's a nomenclature. We shouldn't be nomenclature.
Nomenclature is where you are about.
Abu.
Oh, jeez.
For biology na Abu. You do biology at all?
You know concern me. What thing concern me? I say I go school. I come back home.
Wait, so you sure say you get results after I don't do just want to just you get results.
I kid.
You write WAEC.
No worry. I know what I go do you. You don't insult my aggrandizement reach. I will deal with you. Don't worry. Make you listen to him. Let me use this minute and come myself. Oh, I will see. Okay, people of Parakon, make we enter the Bible.
Okay.
You know, say now church where we don't come.
Not we did together.
You know, say when a sugar mama and a sugar song they at you.
Yes.
You get to put your mouth not. Put your mouth not.
Yes.
Allow them to do that thing. Then they will do.
No spoil me for you. No spoil me for you.
With your black lip. You don't lick your lip like that. You know the work.
You know, people said the tree for this lip. Very expensive.
I mean, come on.
But Michael Jackson said they find this lip, so you don't see for market.
In a fast start.
What to get for people this year?
In a fast start. See what you want discussion this evening.
Okay, wait that.
This is one discussion now 2 mattress, but you get one where I want call for phone. The man wait. The man carry me for taxi when I go church and they came back. So the man they fix. I come as I say, okay, why you the face? Because na family crisis with the discussion every Tuesday. The man can't tell me. You know, so in your stock I'm saying in your the face, in the face. Say no be saying mean to they hash on passing years. Wait, carry. I can't see okay. I can't see what thing happen. He saying wife free. They cheat on and way.
They cheat on her.
Yes. So Jesus. I want call the man now. Make everybody hear.
Yeah, waiting he pass.
Waiting he want talk. He say he go talk. Tell everybody.
Okay.
Waiting the woman they
do
am. So I want call him now. I pray make him pick. It no if he connect, but I try call the whether I think go connect so that he go pick. Because the man they fix the way the man takes sang. You will not say the man no get a yoy. He doesn't have a yoy.
He no get you.
He doesn't have a yoy. And the thing no they still connect. But if I call him one more time, say he doesn't connect. We go refund.
Now why you?
No be why you. The man na taxi driver.
Okay.
Na taxi driver.
Black or is fair?
Na bino.
All those albino self, you know, say where they lie self, you not go.
No, this one no lie because I think the talking con the red.
He body ready.
Body red. Now I know say the man, he don't pay him.
He pay now well.
Okay, see what we go do, We go diversion now, enter waiting one discussion because we been carried 2. As I go join this man on to make a number 3.
Okay.
Because if we want disgrace the woman, instead the woman they sleep with Yahoo boys them.
Yahoo boys?
Yes, and they get 3 children. Elijah,
Elijah.
Elijah.
No.
Methuselah and Chris.
No, cause that boy na say na liar be na Elijah. If you say Elijah, I go say na Chris, the guy that the Chris na Elijah. Elijah. You know say he talk Elijah. Na Elisha, na I want talk. You know say I no go school na me I will correct you for here.
Okay, you try.
I go
but make no call the name again. Make no be like say I see the make mistake. Leave am. See the first Bible reading. Open your Bible to the book of Today, chapter 95, verse 1 FM. The first Bible reading here, he say a Nigerian man who is reported married to a flirting wifey has shared his story on social media for other men to learn from and give him advice.
Okay.
That is the first Bible reading.
Okay.
Second Bible reading. Oh, this scale. I never see person who play past Ronaldo for family house.
What she do?
See what in them talk.
Okay.
Police arrested Franca Amaha for stealing her boss's money 6 hours after her employment.
But this one get belay.
Because this one she ain't because I know say as na house key, they give them access to enter inside their room, make it take care of their everything.
He can't go to the money.
He go to the money, want to run away, and then catch him. He don't know say they get the
camera, CCTV.
TTFT.
No be TTTV, na CCTV.
TTFT camera.
No, if you talk like this, you don't feel. They will start you to the na CCTV.
CCTV.
No TV, not TV.
But camera ready.
Na camera. No say na camera.
They catch him. They catch her.
Now God blow a whistle be that now.
Yes, now. See what's in the story carry. This is the front line of the topic. The thief. He thief 1.6 million naira.
Jesus.
Yes, for Oka Madam room. Now make I open all the topic. The first Bible reading here about that man where report saying wife they cheat.
They cheat on her.
Yes. The four Bible reading here open your Bible. Also say can go why they sleep for my church. Church slap him they make it wake up.
You know carry Bible.
Don't try that nonsense.
You know carry Bible.
Wake that young man up there. Wake him up there.
You know say hair big. You know if you wake him.
You be like say don't see him before. He head be very mountainous.
You don't hear that ablas.
He get very mountainous. Now see the first Bible reading here. The man carry the wife. He can't call out for social media. It's been years. The word of God.
Like social media, like Facebook, WhatsApp,
that's the social medium.
Instagram,
social medium. Yes.
They break hands. I know see me. I know too.
It's social medium.
Now media, not be medium. Now media. You tell us na economics with the.
You say what you make? I don't like you. You correct me. So that will not be a very very painful meal.
You know say if mama no go school na picky go teach Malay.
That's one thing we make. I don't allow you now. Don't put your head for my church. See what in the man talk here. He say I am a male in my late 30s. Na man.
Say be made.
Male.
Okay,
male fowl. Like male fowl.
Male fowl.
Na fowl na male fowl in me.
With all the egg.
For in what?
You don't male fowl.
You are a disgrace to human. Human no make lecture. Who tells you the male fowl lay egg? Na teenage fowl lay egg.
No be teenage na adolescent.
You know sabi something. Already you know they hear what?
You know the time no they continue.
You know they hear something.
I agree. I
say na teenage fowl lay egg.
I know say na adolescent.
Nonsense. Let me excuse me. Let me read. Now, he say in there for in late 30s from the western part of the country.
Let me say for north now, like sorry, Kaduna.
Yeah, disgrace to nomenclature part 2.
Kaduna no be west.
You know say na western na Igbo land. Western, yes. Then eastern part na be Yoruba.
Yoruba, na truth.
You know if we sabi something, I'm gonna teach you something. No, they learn what.
Two of us all lost like this.
Now, make we lost. He say I've got a great job, and a monthly payment, in several digits, in 7 digits. That's my big boy.
No.
I have been in a big boy. I've been with this kid from the eastern part, of the country. We've been together for about 5 years now, and it's been a struggle for me emotionally with this kid. She works in a new generation bank. Thing is, on quite a number of occasions, I have catch this kid doing one shady shit or the other. Firstly, in the early days of our relationship, she frequently visited her ace, and they had
no. He touched body.
You understand? Most of the time, it will happen while I was away on some work assignment. She actually confessed this herself. I was lifted. What is a lifted? A lifted is when you are a living fowl.
No, living now when no get work again because they are not be living.
Lifted.
No, not living now. Like
now lifted. L-I-F-I-D. That is a living fowl. If you check the botanical name of lifted, it means you are a fowl.
So it's
a living fowl. Yes. Now make her carry me go far like this.
And you
my hard work,
proud.
as I be read.
And you are proud of yourself.
Yes, as I be read. Now you know they read. Now you make you know sabi something. Like as I talk that time, Sha, make I review. But then I forgave her forgiveness. After what? The scar hasn't completely healed. Though many times we would be together and the ex calls her. She will act like all is way between them. Then bringing all manner of stories. Truth is, I met her at a point when she had just broken up with this guy. The rebound love thing. But then I too had just came out of one of my own bad relationship. So we came togetherness. That means two broken bottles came back togetherness. How they want to take men now? Who want men each other? That is the mistake. Now make they look you. They think about it whether I could give you second chance.
No, give me second chance.
I'll not give you second chance.
Or give me third chance.
I can't give a second chance.
Not third chance you go give
now,
me.
you see what they can't talk now. He can't say now, but the thing don't tire him. Say the girl. He don't marry him. To cut him short. But now, I see marry this girl.
With the year.
This girl where they do this thing now. With his now. Every time the girl will say they go work. Work time they close around 6. You come back around 8.
You say manager say let me do something.
Yes, say get brief meeting for office. He get a board meeting for office. He get he get to put it exactly NEPA bill. NEPA meeting. Even tap meeting.
Water meeting.
You understand? Like mommy water, all those kind. Now she don't come down to mommy water because water meeting day. Like if water finish for their office now. Now she will go fetch them. So she say mommy water kill. You understand me?
Yes,
now you see what thing don't happen now.
This is bad too.
Very bad. Now the man say don't tire.
He don't tire.
Say because the girl they cheat.
He dey shit on her. Why go call the shit?
You understand?
And after everything, don't spend on the girl.
And I tell you, they don't spend everything where they don't spend. This girl don't frustrate them.
And this man need advice now.
And the man the girl don't. Now the story plenty, but the man say the girl don't chop. How much the girl don't chop for her? Don't grow like 2 million naira because as the marriage plus the money for marriage, and plus money for marriage plus everything we don't spend for this girl. It don't say this girl is an ingratitude.
You know go feel blame her because
she's an ingratitude.
If you say go feel buy keke for one way and this one try, so I no understand. You don't off my mic. You don't off my.
I don't off your mic. Yes, I off him. I off the mic. You get mine. You don't come to remembrance me of the things of Old Testament. The former things of all the Bible said the book of Ruth 65 verse 10. Doesn't remembrance here there for the former things of old. Why? I don't dump him since last week when he break my heart. In short, I off your mic, over and out. Tell me sorry 2 times. Again, add the yara on top. Call me baby again.
Baby me.
But, see, make it not they try me again.
I know we'll try you now.
Now, you know what's happening now? The man now say no one take it.
You don't want. You don't tire.
You don't tire. It's over and out.
You know, this song.
Now, someone like a sing for him down.
This song where Kizania sing now. We talk say pack and go.
Yes, if you don't want your woman, you go pack and go.
If you give your woman 2 million, she no love you. Pack and go.
Me, I give woman keke. You know I can pack and go.
You also give you bossa.
I give him boxers.
You give him bossa.
Oh, that cream boxers. I like him. I miss that boxer. So.
And that was a bit messy.
He throw away him as he drop him.
He did also.
He did thing they drop. Oh God. Uwem. It is well.
That boss will judge him.
See, it will wash him in Jesus' name.
Amen.
See, now the second Bible reading. People don't they call already. And the mattress here. Amaha still in Maram and Oka money. And they never born picking. The case say Mama is sick. So now she be the first daughter and first born for the mother. And the mama husband is dead die.
He don't die.
Yes. She's a fatherless fowl. You understand me?
Orphanage, now you call her.
She's an orphanage child.
Orphanage, now they call that one. Not be best way see get male. Papa doesn't orphanage, they call her.
So that means where do they stay in her orphan?
No, orphan home.
Orphan home. So she's a orphanage. You are a disgrace nomenclature. The case say in okay money to treat him mama.
Okay.
So now as he don't enter his work, don't carry his work. Now they can't make enter inside bedroom.
So
go clean bed. Now this thing see make I tell you now this thing what they make where some women's what don't marriage. They go to very laziness.
It's true.
You cannot arrange bed. When you take do house fellowship for night with your husband, you cannot even arrange the bed by yourself. You go take the house bed. Go and dress the bed. Now they can follow you and your husband to the share bed. Now they don't get access. 6 hours. 6 hours after the employment this girl, the girl don't 1.6 million over and out.
And yet people they talk. They say now feel at home. I make a visitor cost per remote.
Feel at home. And go say I don't like this channel.
Yeah.
Keep me. Let me change it. Pure, we don't
now
change.
Now the girl not don't deal with them. Now they come say okay, you have access to it. Do this kind of thing. So get cause okay, since now you don't trust me, make I misbehave. Now so she now God say blow a whistle.
Exactly. Maybe she don't do a thief. See, now they say everything for thief in the book of Ruth, chapter 65.
It's not the Bible.
Everything for thief.
Bible.
Now they tell you open your Bible. Ruth today. Everything for chapter 65 is 10.
You know
everything for thief. One day for owner of house.
No Ruth. Now no say Ruth now 100 is stop. Ruth 100 verse 1 something like that.
Ruth
chapter 65.
Ruth get in the book of Ruth chapter 165.
165.
Yes.
I know say they go church.
65.
You know they go church.
There is 65A and B. Now you talk this thing. Open Bible. See, in case as you go talk now, I go face. I go stone you this remote.
You dey shame me. You dey shame me.
What's in Aruna?
I know anywhere Gloria dey now. Gloria dey with you. Sugar ma you dey shame me. I go dey talk say Ruth dey 165.
Which kind Bible you they read? Which planet where they break your own Bible from? The own Bible where they read now from Jerusalem. Now in the production.
Sugar Male, based on which you don't talk now. If you look the first mattress we talk about this shitting of it in now I believe say now this gay. Not they get this feeling say since my this sometimes you know if you blame the girl you say the man and I first start this parole honey and please I'm going to take care of the house and if you shit on her
what's in the guy
sometimes if man not they get time for a wife you call them can misbehave because you say most are there around there was a
no see make I tell you you don't say this man watching this man talk he say he doesn't does anything he say you're off the K he just come out of a breakage relationship.
The first break he had before.
Yes, it's a breakage relationship. You understand me?
Yes, it has.
Now it's a broken bottle. Now they came a broken bottle. Now who wants to stitch each other? Nobody is about to stitch each other. Now they came now. They say when old firewood no they die. Now they get the firewood where that man they light for him body. He never die well. This one now maybe no sabi light firewood way. Now they come marriage decay. And the man now you don't do too fast to spend. You don't spend money. You spend money.
2 million, not be small
2 million
money.
over 2 million. I don't spend for this cake.
You buy 2 keke or put for road.
This one I don't spend money for
how
this
cake. How much you buy
keke? That keke buy for now
700.
No, what did they talk say? 650 now.
650.
I price am
all the money we work for yet.
I don't work for
all
this
your
life.
MC work
I
everything.
tell you 650.
That boy, you know go better.
650 naira now spend buying that.
650
naira. Yes. And it's a very ingratitude child.
They dash you keke.
No.
I go back keke.
You know concern you have to buy am. I say I buy keke for them. You don't the keke. It does so they spoil am every. Leave away.
I believe see how people say without they see they want join us for this program.
See make I tell you something, the thing where they be say, you see this Uwem. I don't want your name again.
No.
If they talk about it, it remembrance me of the Old Testament.
The past.
The Bible says in the book of Ruth, 65 verse 10, all things are passes, and everything is become a newness.
Yes,
praise the Lord. No, if I argue with me, say what I talk, you know they correct for Bible passes. Are you with me?
Yes.
Thank you. Over and out. Let me call the phone number again. 0817-0000951. 0810-951-0951. WhatsApp and text message. Send the reply to 070-1933-9962. Over and out. Let's pick up. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Is it them?
Yeah, this is me. Over and out.
Okay, over the out.
Too much. How is you now?
I'm fine. Osas.
I agree to man.
Why is stopping from the media? Allow her to explain something very well for us.
Okay, no problem.
Whenever I say something, hold your peace. Are you hearing me?
Okay, I'll go your my peace. I'll go my boss.
Is it what I like to my daughter? She always protection me.
No, she did protect
me. To my daughter.
Yes.
See what you go do for me, I bet my house go for this short market. Try to call back, yeah? I bet you know say I love you way.
Take it for me now.
Okay, I go send it. Chacha, do your work. Make I go play this short market. Moses. Why you wear die boxers come here now?
I know your boss out. I got my way.
Today's news in 60.
The health practitioner Bayomi Ajayi has said that whoever undergoes in vitro fertilization (IVF) to boost their chance of conception is not at any increased risk of developing breast or cervical cancer. The specialist noted that IVF, which has been used for decades, has a safe track record. The federal government has said it plans to vaccinate 70% of the Nigerian population before the end of 2022. The Nigerian Medical Association and the National Association of Resident Doctors have urged the federal government not to politicize the COVID-19 vaccination. The Medical Association advised the government to ensure that the vaccine gets to the people that need it rather than politicians that can't afford it. And on the foreign scene, a top health official in the United States has warned that the spread of the highly contagious coronavirus variant is threatening to fuel a potential fourth surge of cases in the U.S. The head of the U.S. Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, said that she was concerned by COVID-19 data, saying about 70,000 new cases a day had been recorded last week.
Today's news in 60.
Okay, we don't come back from that short market. Make we pick up. Tomorrow, let me try come back so I can hear your sweet voice. Hello.
Okay.
Hey, Kuri Free.
How are you?
Are they fine, ma? Waiting me on a mumba.
I bet making this type is. Who's that way go recognize my voice?
Oh, Madam Rose, okay. Oh my God! Oh my Ojibo! Oh Afiawo! Oh Mbakara! Oh Ekambama! Oh Kuyare said, Kenya says.
Are you there?
Are they fine? I see you now.
I know. I want to ask where your husband there now.
Which husband?
I go come carry boyfriend when this is here. Put for studio.
You know, no, sir. They say the younger is sweeter. As I get older, I sweeter. He younger is sweeter.
How you go carry person where go they direct us to do something?
Now you know say that nothing in the sweet pass. But you know say see, Madam Rose. See, oh yeah, close door, come closer. Ma, told you do something. You know say you know say arresting the you know say this was us now. Now you child. Long sense person. You know you understand me. You know if you know say this is what they tell you now. You know they hear them. You know say they carry in blood. They young. No, Mama, you don't know something. You know they.
I know. I did backyard though. I know do you. I don't travel.
Oh, just.
I just the line. I don't know which one they talk.
Now,
what you go do? Don't tell me you get make this mobile. No, you are waiting.
Close talk.
Tell me you get lunch together.
This kind lunch. If you don't enter dinner, I don't wait tire. You know what
happens?
What?
I just send you text message now for your this thing.
My Facebook page.
Yes, go check now. You go see.
Oh, that don't swallow big speed. See in throat. Don't Adam's apple. Don't stretch out.
Don't carry. Where you want go? Where you want go? Don't carry ammo.
No, it's a bit chop. You know, it's a bit chop for public. Say the chop like coat.
No, I be small boy. They show small. I be a jebo.
Ta commodity. What do you say?
Now 2 slices of bread me the shop.
No, bring come. Oh, yes.
You know, I watched one of your videos today. I laughed at you.
Which one, that?
When that woman jack you come up for there, where you want to go to say husband, you see husband for hotel. The woman jack you. Not the woman. The woman don't jack you. Not the way you go outside.
Yes, but I remember that video.
And the other video, 11 months ago, you saw this baby. That's the way to marry you, go enjoy well.
Amen.
After they see you so, you don't get sadness for your corner.
Ma'am! Yes, sir.
Now just phone throughout. I'm going to give you person who will give you that phone where you go enjoy.
Ma'am!
You understand?
Ma'am!
You enjoy your children. The person will not go make you sad. Now the person will go see.
Ma'am!
Anyone when we're going to make you sad, we're going to remove her from the
I'll fight off your being Jesus' name. Ma'am! Jesus. Oh, I don't enter spirit.
Oh,
I need to come out of this. Yes, I need to come out of the spirit now. See,
I talk nice. The person will make you happy.
You don't know say I see you for a dream last night.
What I do? I buy
the thief meat from soup.
Me, I go thief meat.
Yes, the thief meat way.
Me, you know, say bishop.
No worry, you're safe.
2 slices of bread.
No matter when you live with the black, you know the afraid. People of Barack, we don't come. We say we don't come. They want 1 minute on the dot. You know, say time. As the kind they go make everybody the happiness. 0817-000-0951. 0810-951-0951. WhatsApp and text message send it twice to 070-1933-9962. Also send me fresh boy. We no get pimple for face, but if you see the pimple where they in forehead, you go spit for crown. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Who is you? This is me. Over and out.
This is Chief Crown for Rupaku. Yes, the mattress for grand.
Oh, yes.
You say that's why we say the man spend 2 million. Marry the woman. For the woman, they pass back, they go do other things.
They go do evangelist work.
That one is no good.
It don't make sense.
Make the woman go confess for church, then tell her pastor to pray for her.
Okay.
So that her husband will forgive her.
Okay.
Then that girl will go see money for bedroom.
1.6 million.
Where madam, 1.5 million.
No, 1.6.
1.6 million. You know, say that they still keep banana for the same place.
Yes, with monkey now.
Monkey don't repent. Any money, monkey tell you don't repent.
You go see shop banana.
Why banana day? When you hear the other,
yeah,
he must feel the skin. So now make as the madam make mistake and send the girl, say make you go inside room, go dress bed. My husband will start take jollificate. The girl perceive the money of the other of that money.
That means that girl na rat. Now the girl na domestic rat. Na domestic rat.
Let's make God forgive her because we have for the madam for try help her when she complain to her say her mama nowhere.
No way, not true.
For the way they with her.
But you know say but sir.
As a less privileged person, for pity for her, give her some.
But you know, wait, now, man, tell you, but you know, so now your 6 hours ago when employment is key.
Okay, she
never reach 1 day at all.
She never have one full day, 24 hours. Oh, that one, na additional criminal.
Na follow come, Abi. Na follow come, Abi.
The thief they inside her blood.
Bros,
so to just in that moment, don't know where they keep money.
Okay.
Means she get a mission to come to that house.
Bros, you there with us?
I there with you.
See, like, wait till you talk about that woman where they shit on the husband. If you there for the man position, you go still forgive the woman.
To forgive the woman?
Yes, you still forgive the woman.
Why I feel forgive like the first time when she they do her.
Okay.
I feel forgive her because I go advise her to go meet pastor for church, then pray for her.
Okay.
Then she can take her own mouth, confess.
Okay.
Talk how fast she going do her. If she receive any money, anything will pass between them. She will mention the name of the person. Any text message that she don't send for her phone, one text message or she receive, she go expose them to me. They can see them, then I feel forgive her.
Okay, no problem.
If she hide any secret, like say she hide anything for the phone, then maybe after I say I don't forgive her, I don't later discover say love text message go for phone, or she self they send love text message to the man. I go disown her.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much, sir. Advice. But you know what's in the talk? They say get one thing we don't come and now. They call it. There is a way you can watch. You can have your offer. Your offer text message chat for your phone. They call it a cron. Cron. You cron it. You cron the text message. The WhatsApp. If the person is
okay, like I feel cron your WhatsApp now. You answer the chat.
Yes. They call it a cron.
It's
the devices.
The application now, not the devices. It's an application.
Okay. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Something must kill a man.
Bless you.
Something must kill a man. Oh, yeah, bend down. That is some bend down.
Ukunala.
Say, something must kill a man when you raise this now. I say, don't abandon me.
Ukunala.
Something must kill a man.
I just make small movement.
Okay. I know you now. Welcome.
Thank you very much. How now?
Every we are fine now. You see my sugar boy, rocket, sweet cat, sweet.
You are the people on our page.
Oh yes.
You are corrupting that boy.
I be small boy.
It's true, you. Because in the boy, if he be boy for age, but the voice what they hear.
If you see the face of this 16-year-old, even Professor Ekiti himself, young where this boy face.
Don't tell me say Professor Ekiti now whiskey.
Nah, yes.
Me be Bonabo.
Ekiti na papa.
Mpa.
Impa. Capital letter. Paka. I agree to bros. Evening.
Good evening, my dear brother.
I agree to plenty.
How the hustle?
Oh, bless Baba Godel.
Yes, make a put small mat for the one where wife where they marry.
Just
money finish, then the woman go back, they do small pupu.
Arabanko.
You know they're good. You know, say for that kind of thing, where the thing can they look one kind where they say it don't become tradition somehow. Now we are men day.
Okay.
You go see man, married man go go hotel, relax, drink, but married woman no go fit get access to go hotel, begin drink, they relax and not there. But even at that, both left, both right, being the man and the woman, nobody, as long as say you don't marry.
Exactly.
Nobody support each other. So I don't agree say na two of una is support to death do on a part. Two of una. Unless the husband no day, then you know say the know how we say smoke go they come out where fire no go there.
Exactly.
The husband no day. Ekiti day they assist.
Because he like widows, way like widows. For this word may come do a lot of rough widows.
This one, a husband today, in begin to do all these things is a tabulika art.
I hear that one.
Okay.
Very tabulika.
Tabulika art. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Let me just take a bow.
Took a bow. You sure something?
Yes.
So what you go do for me, eh? That dog meat where you buy for me that last time, eh? Go buy them and you meet yourself with Pami. When they call you, they say how much? Call my name.
Make I tell you what thing go make you come my house now. Is there one site, where I do this small work for like 3-4 months now. I never go that site. I go that site yesterday. Go this small inspection because I want to continue work for the site. My dear brother, you know say I reach there, grass don't cover the soccer with it. You know that I reach there. Boys with me and then follow who go clear the side. My brother, if you see 2 grass cutter, you say you no go sell them at 8,000 naira. You no go sell inside soccer with my dear brother.
On a catch him.
I become in fact.
I come house on Sundays.
You all leave me for
I'm
you.
going to send them. See, I go wait for you now. I took a bow with my grass cutter. Keep them for me. Okay, I'm going to put it WhatsApp and text message. This one say, funny would they make? You don't kill me with laugh. Which kind kill where you okay, one right say which kind girl where you be? Okay, you are funny indeed. I like your style. This other one say, funny would they make an humble osas I create on a combination sweet like rice and beans. That girl who cheat on the husbandry is an ingrate. She is a despicuent in nature. Harry Philip. And you say, what is a despicuent? Despicuent is when, let me tell you, no disgrace yourself. Let me tell you now. Despicuent is when you are, listen now. Despicuent is when you are Desmond in nature. Then you are piquant. You be the peep everywhere. The peep, the find where you go thief. Then you are quaint. That is a quaint towards the money to be a withdrawal, a retriever.
And for your mind, I go see to say get some.
Now what for you?
Like
I look your face.
Like this night, don't feel now woefully.
Okay, wait a minute, this quick point.
There's piracy.
Make I read this message. You are a disgrace to no man. This one said that kill na gorilla when you swallow money. Andy from Porako.
This one funny.
This one said that money was a trap to test the integrity of that kill. Prof from HA. What is integrity?
Please say now to test the integrity of that girl.
It's not integrity. It is integrity.
No integrity.
Come on, for I tell you something. Integrity.
Hey, like say this text message with the reader, they worry too much.
I say it's integrity.
You need glasses.
And I tell you something. Come check them. I say, "Man, go on to I say,
integrity.
I tell you something. Oh, yeah, let me spell it now. INTUGURITY. RITY. Integrity.
Integrity.
Yes. And I tell you something, say make they learn from me. You know the real what?
So it's our call ourselves.
But Danai, maybe I no see I'm well, but
integrity.
You forget about.
In English.
You disturb the disgrace person. You feel cover me up. Hello?
Is that the Jamaica baby?
Daddy, take some. Daddy of life.
God bless you.
Daddy, God bless you for me as you call. Side out.
The Jamaica baby.
Oh, Daddy.
The Hebrew baby.
This is me, over and out.
The Jerusalem baby.
Oh, yes. My royal acting papa.
The Israel baby.
Oh, yes.
The only Carinto, Joquinto, Lobinto, Lovinto baby.
Oh, yes.
Impritio,
oh, yes.
Giftio,
oh, yes.
Beautio, beauty.
Oh, yes.
The royal baby.
Daddy, this is me.
Royal Linda baby.
Oh, yes.
Royal Lincoln baby. The only Indiana.
This is me, Nang. I'm Nang.
The beautiful Indiana.
Oh, yes.
The shapy Indiana.
Oh, yes.
The hippie Indiana.
Oh, yes.
The figure 8 Indiana.
Oh, yes.
And the only hairy Indiana.
Sarah, don't kill me. Oh, God. I mean, what? Thank you, sir.
The man with you in the studio, what do you mean?
Yeah, tell Daddy your name.
Humble Osas. Humble Osas.
You know, go greet him. Oh. You know, go greet Royal Acting Papa. Greet him way.
Papa, I greet you specially.
God bless you. Humble Osas.
Yes, sir.
That name suit me. That humble way you put them, God make the name suit me.
Hey, humble. Daddy,
bless you, sir.
He live too black, and I be one day kiss him from this week, but he think
the
discouragement
for my life. You will prophesy for my life.
Okay. Daddy, you no get credit. Daddy, you no get credit. Ma, send you credit.
Okay, send me credit.
No worry.
Too much money.
After today, I will send you. After now, the show, I will send you credit. This is the one of the oldest caller for Today FM. Very old handsome man.
He fine die.
He fine young. You gonna say when he being young, he go in don't destroy women life way. But he go accept Jesus. He cheat now. He cheat way. Hello. And he way.
How are you?
Are they fine? Good evening, sir.
Evening.
Yes.
Chief Wanda calling from.
Oh my God! Oh, this man will make my heart a bit. Eat twice. Welcome, sir.
They make me vex.
What in our oh, some boy, what in our room now?
Yeah, you, my wife, and they hear about another man won't kiss you, this and that.
Daddy, now them they try to kiss me, they run, they pursue me, they run. They don't make a race. Daddy, you know I cannot misbehave here when you are over and out now.
I beg any man who won't kiss you, tell us say you don't marry him.
Oh, Jace, I don't tell them. They don't hear what. Daddy, now someone and chief, whatever they hear me. Now someone catch me, one drag my lip, come off for my lip from my face. Now I bite them. Now I run.
Okay, now I go tell River State Commissioner of Police. Any man to make you arrest him.
Oh, Jace, if only somebody says if you go one ammo in the disturb me, say make a be babe in sugar mommy.
I want to talk about that matter when you talk.
Okay, sir.
That their house help when they call live inside house with them.
Oh, yes.
This woman, when the husband with her sleep get up, this lady to get access to enter their bedroom.
To go to arrange room.
Go to arrange room. Their bedroom is in the toilet, whereas somebody will go in after the door enter place. Somebody go dress bed.
Okay.
That woman don't do well at all. If I be the man, now the woman I go home.
Okay. See, I'm now.
Yeah, go inside, go dress bed, go carry money, give money, go. Yeah, now my wife I go home, she pay me my money.
Okay.
Bob Shaman, hello. Nobody fit talk because if he be say the woman not there aware say the girl at her room, she fit come out go buy something. That kind of thing happen.
Something like that. Make we exemplify that.
More looking like that.
If it's not like that, you don't go hold anybody. Then.
Okay. Maybe the woman has say, "Madam, now you don't take a very pokupionsi. Say this is my house key. Make I enter market, go buy what you go cook.
Fill out.
What's your name? In Sikak, enter room, go dress bed. You understand me?
You know good. That means that girl, me I go arrest her and she go pay me my money.
Okay. Go arrest her.
Yeah, I go arrest them now.
Okay.
Go pay me my money. Nobody go talk, I go here. Unless I just look, say, well, I just say go, don't worry.
Okay.
Like, you know, say if somebody do you bad and come your house, you took your money finish or you took your property, the person come your house. You hold the person. After you come, the person say go. You don't say no. You they tell the person directly, spiritually. You ask the person go thief more.
Exactly.
So tell the person go far.
See, Chief Wariboko. See what you go do for me, now, I come close, make I tell you. You hear me?
I hear you.
After now, just go take a shower, lie down. That blue box as well I buy for you, wear them, lie down for bed, wait for me, and they came.
Okay. Wow.
Then drink for wait for me, because neither you kill me or I kill you today.
You know where you come? Flower, take come, carry come.
So you dress the bed, yes, go put them for the bed. Side, we go do Titanic love this evening. No, yes, I go buy them. I'll buy flowers.
With water now.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. You see, whenever I talk with my rougher, no, they put mad.
You know, see, don't even the happy say, but you know the tutorial.
If I want to go tutorial me, now you see what I want to consume that man like Elijah called fire from heaven to consume those chicken for plan. I want to consume that man with love. I will consume him with love. Oh, I will consume him with love.
Let's say they fall for love well.
Yes, now.
That's all wait.
That make them deal with me. No concern you.
So they shop your salary.
No, then chop. This one say funny they made that gay. That gay way thief is a robber incognito.
She's
a robber incognito.
From the beds, that's in me.
Okay, now bad economy because I'm Harry Philip incognito.
That means a person with the born natural something. He follow on like follow.
So that means you are a lover incognito.
No, I'm not a lover ecotico.
Ecotico.
I'm not.
Now ecotico. You see, I say you're being Oh, I know if you know where you get your inspiration from. I thought you make you spoke like me. You doesn't yes me.
No, I don't feel speak like you now.
Okay, this one say, you see you. You know say some food. They where we say if you dey chop them, you know go call person to come chop. Now when my wife go carry cookie for another man and you say make I forgive him.
Okay.
Now wow, I'm Honorable Obinna Nwailechi from Eche. Okay. Umu demoche akwa Eche.
If you look this matter where you get to person talk, you say if woman do something, or the para say this woman they shit. But if the man do something, all the complete. So we should try to talk. We say now, if woman do something, the same way they take judge woman or maybe they judge the man.
But you know, a woman is a weaker vessel. The Bible says in the book of Ruth, chapter 65 verse 10, a woman is a weaker vessel. You pamper and kiss him forehead.
Doesn't
that Waiting be like that.
You get a called gender equality.
Gender equality.
Gender equality, like the two, they equal.
Gender equality.
Nobody small.
Waiting be that. I'm sure no provoke me. Make I no swear for you. Now, I no face you. Okay, people of Paracord. In case you want to join me on Instagram, I don't on social media handle. At Funny Udeme, you stop at Funny Udeme. You type every day inside cobweb. You type Funny Udeme. FUNNYUDEME. Then you can like my page. Funny Udeme, FUNA, capital letter Y. That's for my Facebook page. No be normal Facebook. FUNA, the capital letter Y na capital letter. Then the Udeme na capital letter UDEME. Like my page. Then my YouTube channel. All my funny videos. Like Madam Rose Oko talk. All my funny videos. So if you want to after this video, say I worked on to stress me. Let me relaxation myself. You can go to my YouTube channel. Just type Funny Udeme. Then you subscription to the YouTube channel. That's the way, right? Subscription.
Now subscribe. Many person not lost for year. Now subscribe.
That is the present participle of subscribe now.
No.
You press because the subscription to the YouTube channel.
No, subscribe now past tense of subscription.
Okay. That means you subscriptive.
No, if you say subscribe, that is present participle.
Okay, but just do something.
Just do anyhow.
Just do something. Make
something.
that way that rating where they write that thing. You just on them. Then you enter there. Then you subscription. All my funny videos as I drop them, you see them. Make you enter WhatsApp and text message. This one say Ureme and Humble Osas. On a one keep a scene with laugh. I love your program. See Ureme, you know they respect Osas. So please, sorry to take you away from the discussion. But where is Kalada? Kalada in the on transition.
We don't travel.
Canada go Togo.
Go Togo.
Right
you
now,
Togo foul.
as Canada they right now, you know say no fact. You know right now, I don't see no. The work when they do big person for Togo. I need get one sugar mommy now where they take care of Canada now for Togo there.
You see travel go abroad.
Then this one say funny Ureme. How many times where I call you, waiting me and my husband do you, where you want carry laugh kill my husband. My husband they drive. One go knock person because of laughter. One go hit person because of laughter. Which kind grammar where they speak? I think they say.
Are they correct you for year now?
What's in a room now?
That man for the collect no say slap for the person. They 222 for a face. You call radio say please I want to see for you them. As you call it is not joy the
one. So now me cause when they give an to for face.
You know that kind of thing. The man go just go say please where's the manager? Just make say they find for you them or give you MC war. You know I call happy. As you call, they say, adding over. That's how I call my name is Inspector. Oh, yeah, Inspector. You know, see, they follow, they go.
No, Inspector, if you want to take picture with me now. You know, see, he shot. See, make I tell you, I said that like this, Offer and out.
I don't transfer.
Jace, no, pick up. Oh, see, you they provoke me.
Me, they provoke.
I said that right now. I think I've been promised to go buy you singlet.
No,
I don't go buy you that singlet.
Better wash.
Better. Because you be nursery school picking.
No,
you don't go graduate. No worry, hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, tomorrow you don't come back. Oh, my person. Yes.
This one, is it Osaka?
Osaka.
Why is there the rising up and down? You want me to walk for your place? I walk like all this yama something like better now. Walk for your face, you know yourself.
Modulus, I agree to good evening.
Good evening. Yeah.
We hear you.
You don't have true.
I hope it's there. Me hope it's there.
You go use small.
T-shirt
the
food.
program. You know small. You know not too much, but you go use style small. End the program.
Native now, you know.
I agree to specially.
What of your babe now?
She did now my sugar male, my darling. And whether they sit out 48 years old.
68,
No.
68.
Yes, they made this 68. Child abuse.
How many years are you?
I did 16.
68,
No, I did 16.
68. Right on, yeah.
I agree to plenty.
Later to the rising. I will rise the poem for your face.
Tomorrow, I beg, leave me now.
Okay, now.
Okay.
Go only one day the plan. Go begin the thief money. Which guy? If be willy.
It is well. Thank you very much, man.
Okay,
for WhatsApp and this one say, they may tell us making come make a teach in grammar. Harry Philip. My name, Maudeme, don't worry. On my wedding day, I will invite you to be my MC. You are a wonderful and funny baby. I'm Stephen Nuka, sending from Room Work Community. I feel married like 5 or 10 women and keep them in my room. But woman can't marry more than one and keep them as husband.
So
no way.
Honorable
one lechi. Okay, we'll check whether we get the game for WhatsApp. Okay, this one say, okay, this one, you know, concern me. My name na funny Ureme, this baby, and your name na
Humble
Stars. To go to Tumpong, we came, we saw, we conquered your stuck here. Send it out to the kiss.
is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening, this is the World News on a Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Wisdom Obina in the headlines. Former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso urges Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike to brace up for national assignment. Lawyers decry persistent cases of gun attacks affecting Nigeria's maritime sector. Federal government orders end to illegal mining and declares no-fly zone in Zamfara State. On the foreign scene, United Nations launches over $200 million appeal fund to feed 3 million refugees in East Africa. Now, the details. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has recalled the pessimism of the immediate past administration on how projects will be executed with the paucity of funds in the state. Governor Wike, during the contract signing for 2 new flyovers bridges in Port Harcourt with construction giants Julius Berger at Government House, said he has surmounted the challenge of the opposition party in the state. The governor, who pleaded with residents to continue to bear with the traffic situation in the state, also announced the plan by his administration to construct a vascular disease center.
We came on board on the 29th of May 2015. Before that period, the previous government has said that we will not get money to pay salaries, not to talk about doing projects. So to the glory of God, we're paying salary on pensioners, and we're also doing the next 5 flyovers. We've completed the next 1 year, and all I want to do is to appeal to our people. Yes, it's been convincing. Yes. There were a lot of hiccups here and there in terms of people moving about, but this is sacrifice they must make to get this infrastructure on ground. If it had been done before, we would not have been doing it now. So nobody should say that there are a lot of traffic. I know again in this March, we'll come back here to sign a contract agreement that where we're going to build a cancer and cardiovascular disease center.
Speaking earlier, Managing Director of Julius Berger, Lars Richter, said the company remains committed to delivering quality infrastructure in River State.
Today, we are gathering here for the signing ceremony for the construction of flyover number 7 and number 8. Flyover 7 at Igubo Junction has 14 spans with a total length of 590 meters, while flyover number 8 has a length of 526 meters. The construction period for both flyovers will be less than 12 months. There's no doubt that the construction of these flyovers to be delivered in such a short time frame is a challenge. Julius Berger will deliver 5 flyovers within the next 12 months.
The 2 new flyover bridges will be located at waterlines and Ikoku areas of Port Harcourt. Former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwankwaso has urged Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike to brace up for a national assignment. Kwankwaso, a former Minister of Defense, made the call during the commissioning of the Rumogba flyover in Ubiakwa local government area of Rivers State. He said Governor Wike has shown capacity for infrastructural development by working round the clock to make Rivers State better for inhabitants.
You have been working around the clock to make River State a better place for everybody. We have seen your project. Sometimes we are being informed by our people who are resident here in River State. And of course, we had reasons to come to Rivers many times to go around and witness the developments that are taking place here. I have seen the positive changes that you